Welcome everyone to the special meeting of the Santa Clara City Council. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Shahal. Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker. Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
And let the record reflect that Councilmember Watanabe will be joining virtually at around 6:30 due to a conflicting meeting.
Right. Thank you. Have we heard from Councilmember Becker? Do we know if he's
He
coming?
will be arriving.
All right. Thank you. Do you want to read your statement?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I know.
Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. For today's meeting, the City Council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and as the city continues to use the Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments received during the meeting will be read into the record. So let's move on now to the council agenda. All right. We have one item this evening, and that's consideration of the October 10th, 2022 Santa Clara County Civil Grand Jury Report titled Unsportsmanlike Conduct, Santa Clara City Council, and direction to staff for timely preparation and council approval of formal comment to report. City Attorney?
Mayor and Council, thank you. Thank you. I want to just provide a brief introduction about the agenda item tonight. We are here to consider the October 10th, 2022 Civil Grand Jury Report entitled Unsportsmanlike Conduct, Santa Clara City Council. As made clear in the staff report, there are 12 findings and 19 recommendations that require a response. The law requires that the city provide a formal comment within 90 days, or by our calculation, January 9th, 2023. To be clear, we are not approving any formal response tonight. Staff provided clarifications on some of the statements in the report for your consideration, but otherwise our recommendation is that we will bring back an actual draft response for your approval which will include 1, staff-prepared language on those operational issues among the findings and reports, recommendations, and 2, language based on the feedback we will get from the council tonight. We want to formally introduce the item for council consideration with a plan for a draft document for council approval that will be put before the council on December 6, 2022, and/or a special meeting on December 8th, 2022. Staff, I believe, is considering setting one for overflow business before the end of the year, or any other special meeting before January 9th, 2023. I would advise to plan accordingly, given the nature and extent of the findings and recommendations that the city has to respond to. So tonight, what we want to know is a sense of the majority will or opinion from this council on each finding and each recommendation. My associate at Lozano Smith, Jessica Serrato, is on the line, and she'll be helping me collect and cohere your comments to help formulate a response that will be put back before you. And when you expect to receive the draft response for adoption. In other words, which meeting are we doing this? When do we plan on taking this up again for formal adoption or further comment? Or any other direction as you deem appropriate. The nature of this report, i.e. the allegations about individual council member conduct, requires presentation of most of the findings and recommendations to the council for a substantive response. Staff cannot answer those questions in first draft, though they did provide some clarifications on the technical or operational issues for your consideration. There are a lot of findings and recommendations. Thus, we contemplated having 2 meetings to consider this report, but there were very few instances when all 7 of you were available for a special meeting. I say this only to prepare you for what may be a long night, depending on how you want to respond to this report. To the extent that a finding or recommendation may elicit, I want to caution that you are not to discuss or disclose information acquired in closed session or subject to the attorney-client privilege. I understand that this report makes many assertions, but the city's task is to address the specific findings and recommendations only. It is not to say the council cannot refer to the report when addressing these findings and recommendations, but our obligation is only to comment on the 12 findings and 19 recommendations that require a response. And the city, of course, acts through the city council. So I just want to make sure that we have the materials before you. You should have received the actual report, the October 10th, 2022 Civil Grand Jury Report, the staff clarification of the statements in the Civil Grand Jury Report, and examples of previous city responses to other Civil Grand Jury reports, which should help you understand or get a sense of what this would look like when you get it back to you for adoption. So my first question for you tonight for some direction on the plan is as follows. What I'd like to do is go through each group of findings and recommendations one by one. For example, finding 1 or subset of finding 1 and recommendation 1, subset recommendation 1. And for each finding, all we want to kind of gather from you is a response, whether you agree with the finding or disagree with the finding. If you agree with the finding, we're good, very easy to note. If you disagree with the finding, either wholly or in part, we would need to kind of get a sense of why you disagree with the finding. As for each recommendation, we'll need to be able to get a sense of whether, of the 4 choices, whether the recommendation has been implemented, which most likely it has not, or 2, that the recommendation has not yet been implemented but will be implemented in the future. It's a commitment to implement the recommendation. Or 3, that you believe the recommendation requires further analysis, but that analysis can't take more than 6 months from October 10th, 2022, the date of the report. Or 4, that the recommendation will not be implemented at all because you believe it's not warranted or not reasonable. But in that case, you have to provide an explanation. That is my presentation or plan for your consideration as to how to proceed. Thank you.
I think it's a good plan on how to proceed, but I have a question, City Attorney. you said that this has to be done by January. What was the date in January? What is our deadline that this has to be returned?
January 9th.
January 9th. Okay, very good. All right, does anybody have any questions on the way we're going to proceed on this? Comments, questions? I don't, oh, you do, okay. All right.
Okay.
All right, Vice Mayor Jane, go ahead.
It seems like going through every one of the findings and every one of the recommendations one by one and having every council member speak on that might take a long time. And I'm wondering if you have any suggestions of how to make that easier. My recommendation would be we could try to have a subcommittee that would then initially go through some responses, and then, of course, everything would be approved and voted by the full council before we make a formal response, because my understanding is that only the city council is authorized to respond to this. Is that correct?
So I did consider, of course, how to manage this response, because it's, as I mentioned before, there are a number of findings and recommendations primarily about council conduct. So they're most of the report or draft report staff can't really prepare. I considered whether you would just send in some sort of, your own statement in response to these, but I felt like that might be an issue with the Brown Act, that we would rather have an open discussion on it. Delegation to a committee is within your discretion if you want to do that. If it's it sounds like an ad hoc committee. I don't know whether you intend to have it noticed and have public participation. Some of those details would be a good thing, a good thing to consider. I think that I agree, depending on, given the nature of the report, that it would invite a very substantive and vigorous response for or against, or with respect to the many findings, and that this meeting could take some time. But I wanted to leave that up to the discretion of the council, because a lot of the assertions here, I understand, mean a lot to each of the council members, and how and whether and how those responses are deliberated, conveyed publicly, is something that is entirely up to you, the council, to determine.
And I had another question. In your opinion, were there any referrals for criminal or legal to the DA's office activities?
I don't know of any referrals to the DA's office for criminal prosecution. Based on my reading of the report, it did not make a express finding of a violation of law. It suggested that there were some serious concerns about whether laws may be violated.
I'm confused. If they had, let's say, evidence of laws being violated, wouldn't they be obligated to make a referral?
Well, it really, so I don't know what they considered. We're not supposed to know what they considered in the grand jury proceeding. And as I said, I don't know whether they've made any referral to the DA's office for prosecution. All I know is what's in the report.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I just want to make certain I understand. The respondent agrees with the finding. What does that mean by agrees with the finding? That, yeah, that's it? It's true? Or agrees that it's a problem? I want to make certain I understand where it says, because the respondent disagrees with wholly or partly with the finding, in which case you specifically say what's disputed.
If I understand your question, Councilmember Hardy, if there is any dispute as to the finding as phrased, that the majority of the council believes, then we would be required to explain why.
Okay.
If there is no disagreement, then all we have to say is agree.
Just agree that that is the case.
That is the finding
Okay.
of the civil grand jury. I understand the wording of some of these findings can lead to different impressions, but as it's phrased is how we should respond to it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is, there are so many assumptions and misrepresentations in the report, basically. So do we discuss those things while we're discussing findings, or should we take those things first? Like, if I have made some notes, should we take those first? Hey, okay, these are the things which have been mentioned, and these are, I disagree with these things. My idea is to first discuss the grand jury report in totality and then come to the findings, so that during that discussion, we'll be able to find out, oh, what was assumed by the grand jury, what was misrepresented by the grand jury, or how the report has come forward as per our opinion, which I think is right or wrong. So how would that process look like?
It really is at your discretion. I think the way I'm trying to organize this is to get it done in a very precise manner, going through each finding and recommendation in groups. So at least with those groups, you get a sense of the subject matter in the report that it's referring to. You could address the underlying report by group. In other words, as we're taking up group one, you could make your comments about the report as it supports or relates to the items of group one, and do the same with each group. Or if you want to, you can, it's your turn to speak or to address the matter, you can make a comment in general about the entire report and then go through each group subsequently. It really is up to you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we should take it methodically. I mean, I know council members have made their comments about, generally speaking, what they think about the grand jury report, but unless we start taking it finding by finding, I don't know of any other way that we can respond to the report without taking it finding by finding. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, I have a question about sort of the timing of this, because I received the report from you, the city attorney, at about 5:30 p.m. on October 5th. And there was the grand jury said that if we had any edits or any complaints about the report, inconsistency or factual errors, that we needed to respond by October 10th. And that would have required, between October 5th and October 10th, a meeting of the council to then respond. Is that correct? That we had basically a long weekend with a holiday to respond formally to this report about any factual, because I know that there's actually two items which I found to be factually incorrect. One was the report said that the 49ers donated to candidates, and donations means something very specific, and that did not happen. And then the other thing that was wrong was that they said that the vote to fire the city manager was 5-2, and I wasn't even there.
So you are correct on the timeline, Vice Mayor, about when a draft report is provided to a public entity under the penal code. It's 2 business days. As I made clear in my memo to you, the public memo transmitting the report a couple meetings ago, it's really impractical for a public agency to convene, to notice a meeting, to convene, get staff to review the report, and provide provide a response with any corrections, especially in light of the prohibition on disclosure of the report. So the penal code really provides two conflicting mandates for public entities that have to act and operate in public as a body. On one hand, they would like, civil grand juries had requested or would request under the penal code any corrections within 2 days. On the other hand, we also can't disclose the draft grand jury report during that time. So for public entities acting through local bodies, such as yourself, those mandates compete with each other, and that's why we couldn't have provided those technical corrections within the 2-day time frame that's provided under the penal code.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we ready to move ahead?
If this is the direction of the council, we're ready to move ahead.
I'm not interested in a subcommittee because then it takes it out of the purview of the public if we end up going in a subcommittee. And who would be on this subcommittee anyway? The people that are subject to all this report. I mean, we should discuss it here in open session. That's my opinion. So I'd like to move forward with it in open session. Vice Mayor Jane?
The subcommittee, if there were one, because we have a very tight time frame, would certainly be in public. It would be like a governance and ethics committee that would be in open. I'm not in any way recommending that we do anything in closed session.
Well, I'm ready to proceed ahead tonight. Is everyone else ready to proceed ahead tonight, or is there a majority that doesn't want to proceed ahead tonight and go to subcommittee form of looking at this? Councilmember Park.
I guess I want clarification, which is I think that the subcommittee would be an addition to a meeting tonight. It would not be replacing the meeting tonight. That's my question. I think that it would be for the purpose. My understanding is the subcommittee would be to basically give us more time to respond without having to convene the entire council because of timelines.
So if you're suggesting we have both this meeting and a subcommittee meeting, can you describe what the duties would be of each?
It was actually a question clarification for Vice Mayor Jane on how he would see the subcommittees working.
Happy to respond. I believe there's a second council meeting that is scheduled on this topic, or were we not able to schedule a second one?
We couldn't find a time for all 7 of you to meet outside of the regularly scheduled meetings.
Okay.
But I know there's
I thought you said the 8th. Was that?
We'd been
Yeah.
talking about it, but it had not been finalized.
Okay.
So my point is that, let's say we don't finish by midnight tonight, then I would recommend that we delegate to a subcommittee the balance of the work, and then we come back and just approve it at a regular council meeting so that we could get it done by the January 9th.
So with respect to this proposal, what I'm hearing from the council is that we would proceed as planned, as I'm recommending tonight, and that this subcommittee would work on actually helping to formulate an actual draft opinion to adopt and report out to the full council on December 6th or a special meeting before January 9th.
That is my recommendation, yeah.
Councilmember Becker?
Thank you. So I do want to be able to discuss this as much as we can. I've been quiet. I think we've been quiet for far too long. I know I wanted to say a lot, especially back in October, and I know we were advised because that small period of time we couldn't really get out what we wanted to get out. And I do know there's a lot of inaccuracies that were in there, as what Vice Mayor Jane said and Councilmember Chahal said, that there are inaccuracies that do need to be corrected. At the same time, I feel that this is our moment to basically, for members of the city council, to defend themselves. I feel that in the last 2 months, it has been a one-way street where we have not been able to defend ourselves constitutionally. And this is where we are able to defend ourselves constitutionally, because there was a lot of inaccuracies that were reported in this report. And frankly, I've stayed quiet too long, and I think it could have had swayed things many other different directions for everybody. So I think it's constitutionally our right to defend ourselves.
I agree, and I think you should defend yourselves in public with all of us together at a public meeting.
I agree, 100%.
Okay. So why don't we proceed ahead, City Attorney?
So just to be clear, there is no direction to go to, is there direction to go to a committee after this or not?
I say no.
Okay.
I say let's finish it in public.
I think we can decide later, maybe around midnight.
Oh, I think we can decide later, maybe around midnight, whether we have to delegate the balance to a subcommittee.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Mayor and Council, Group 1 are generally about meetings that the 49er entities have had or alleged to have had with certain members of the council. These findings relate to those meetings, and the recommendations also relate to those meetings to the extent that they occurred. We're going to go through, so I wanted to kind of give you background on that group. There are 3 findings to respond to and 4 recommendations out of those findings. And I'm going to start with how I'm going to do this is I'm going to go through each finding. With each finding, we can read it together, and then the question I'll have before you is, do you agree or disagree? And if you disagree, I would love for you to provide some sort of public articulation as to why, and then we take that information and try to formulate some sort of, if there's at least 4 votes or 4 impressions on expressing similar sentiment, then we would try to put that into a draft report, okay?
And what we'll do is, if you want to do you want to read, like, let's use 1A, B, C, for instance. You're going to go through 1A, B, C, or just 1A?
I have to respond to each finding, so we're going to go through one.
So you're going to go 1A, and then we'll go down the list and say, agree, like 1, 2, 3, or 4, right?
Correct.
So remind us what 1, 2, 3, and 4 are, so we are prepared.
Oh, sure.
And so if we say that we disagree with that finding, then we have to say why.
Correct.
To give you the information as to why someone may disagree with that finding.
That's right. So are you asking me to go through all
Just the 4 options so that the council knows when we come down the path, you're going to say 1, 2, 3, or 4, and depending on what 2 or 3, you have to say why.
Correct.
Correct? So we're very factual and we're sticking to, so it's very methodical.
That's the
Okay.
plan. So we're going to go
Give
through
us the
finding?
4 options of what, yeah.
Sure.
When you said them in the beginning, I'm sorry, I want to write it down now, okay?
So there are different options for findings versus recommendations. So
Okay,
for the
let's do the
findings,
findings first.
it's either agree or disagree.
Okay.
If you agree, no problem. If you disagree, either wholly or in part, in other words, if you disagree with any part of that statement, any part of the finding, we'll have to explain why. So if there's 4 votes to disagree, I'd like to get a sentiment as to why that's the case.
And so let's say I disagree with finding 1, I say why I disagree in whole or part with finding 1.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when we come to recommendations, there are 4 options. One is that it's been implemented, which I don't think has happened. So we can
What was
just.
that, I'm sorry?
The recommendation has already been implemented.
Oh, already been implemented.
Right?
Number 1.
The second option is that it will be implemented in the future with a time frame. Okay?
Is that the 6 months?
No.
Oh, Okay.
So one is, it has been implemented. Two is it has not been implemented, but will be implemented by a time certain.
Okay.
Three is it requires analysis. Okay? And that analysis needs to be done within 6 months of the
Okay.
report. And four is, we're not going to agree with the recommendation at all.
We disagree with the whole thing,
Correct. And if you do,
We
we
have-
need an explanation as to why.
and why?
Okay?
Curious question, are we going to be having this on the screen of what the findings are and stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
Okay. All right, so that's pretty clear.
So as you'll see, Mayor and Council,
Yes.
they're grouped by the finding and recommendation, so there's.
Yes.
Okay. So as we go through finding 1A, I'll have staff pull up finding 1A from the staff report, so you all can read it and audience can also see it.
So do you want, should I be the one that asks people, or should we have our city clerk ask? Taking notes?
Well, what I was thinking was that I would read the finding 1A, and that you would preside over the item as you would
Okay,
any other.
let's call each member.
Correct, if they have comment on each item to discuss.
Okay. thank you.
Okay?
All right.
All right, let's scroll down to the discussion section if we could. Right there. Perfect. Do you see finding 1A, Mayor and Council, on the screen? All right. So finding 1A is, quote, "The city council voting block meets regularly and as often as weekly with lobbyists for the 49ers. While these council members report the date, some of the attendees, and the topic of the meeting, there is no requirement to disclose the substance of those discussions, and the council members do not disclose the content of these meetings." All right, so there's a lot of clauses there to address, and I don't have any direction other than if you have any disagreement with, if you want to agree, you can say agree. If you disagree with any part of it, that means we're going to have to provide an explanation as to what part and why, okay?
Okay. Okay, so I'll just start down the line, and then I'll keep changing the line. Anthony, go first.
Okay, thank you.
Agree, disagree. If you disagree, why?
I'm going to say disagree, and the reasons why in the disagreement is because the statement by the grand jury has no teeth to it. Is it illegal to meet with stakeholders and city business partners? Is it illegal to meet with lobbyists? Is it illegal for council members in the city of Mountain View to meet with Google? Is it illegal for council members in the city of San Jose to meet with the San Jose Earthquakes or the San Jose Sharks? The grand jury should have noticed when researching council members' meetings with the 49ers are listed on the council member calendars as required by the city for all transparency purposes. Their statement is very contradictory. Council members, including myself, list these meeting topics discussed with the 49ers. None of the discussions have ever involved litigation because that is unethical. The civil grand jury failed to reach out to me, as I said before, for an interview to discuss and clear up these accusations. The calendars are public, and I have provided examples in my document that I put together of examples of my calendar, which list what the meeting topics were about. So then I know they did mention that any other member of the council might have had not an opportunity to know what was going on in these meetings. Frankly, they're on our calendars, listing as saying things like Stadium Authority with the 49ers. Meeting topics include Coldplay recap, noise monitors, SBL field seats, FIFA update, and new CFO. Other things include NRS signage repair, field seats, concert update, SBL contract execution, and PRAs. These are all transparently listed, so when the grand jury says they don't know what these discussions are about, they're right there.
May I clarify?
Yes, please.
So when there is a disagreement as to a finding, you should specify whether you disagree with it entirely or in part. And if you disagree with it in part, please specify which part. As I understood your comment, Councilmember Becker, you disagree with the entire finding, correct?
I disagree with the entire finding.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hardy?
Yes, the term, city council voting block is a misnomer. If you remember, they call that out. That implies that a block of people always vote the same way, which is not correct. So I would disagree with that. Then where it says some of the attendees, I always list all the attendees. And it says, and a topic, it should say topics. And the topics of the meetings. To make that, because there is no voting block. We often disagree.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, it appears that the grand jury was never made aware of the June 7th, 2021 Governance and Ethics Committee meeting, where many of these findings were covered actually in that meeting. And one of them was regarding meetings, what to be disclosed from meetings with outside parties. And there was a recommendation made that the topics should be listed. The substance was not required. That was the recommendation made by the Governance and Ethics Committee. And you can go review the tape of the June 7th meeting. And then it says some of the attendees are not reported. When I report all of the other parties. I do not report council members that were there because there's no need to do that. So that is my objection to this, because I always report all of the attendees when I meet with the 49ers. When I meet with, let's say, my community meetings, which might have 10 or 15 people attending, I'm not going to list every single one of the people that attend. And we discussed this at the Governance and Ethics Committee meeting, that we would discuss maybe 5 people and then just say, and community members. So much of this was actually discussed. It's unfortunate that the grand jury was never made aware of that Governance and Ethics meeting when these were discussed. Thank you.
I agree completely with what the grand jury found in finding 1A. This happens all the time. In fact, I even asked the council members to disclose the content of the meetings because I was afraid of everything they were talking about, including issues regarding lawsuits. It was voted down 5-2 that they would not discuss the content of the meeting. So I agree with everything in finding 1A. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I completely disagree with this. I'll give you the reasoning. Each one of the council member, or at least I will say myself, I followed the full calendar ordinance. Whatever our existing calendaring ordinance says, we followed that calendaring ordinance exactly the way it should be. And as Vice Mayor mentioned, since June 2021, when this topic was discussed, there were more elaborate discussion about the topics were added to the calendar. And my other contention is this practice has been going on with the council, not this council, the previous council and the previous to previous council. Every council member has met every developer or a major developer who came to this city for a project. So does that mean they should not be meeting those developers? Does that mean the city doing business with their partner, they should not be meeting with them? That's so ridiculous. Like, why is council here? Why do we have meetings with these developers or individually? All 7 council members, take an example, when we had a related project, which was multi-billion-dollar project, I think each one of the 7 council members met with the related project over there. Did they violate any calendaring ordinance? Probably not. Did anybody point out that this calendaring ordinance was violated? No, it wasn't. Why cherry pick in this case right now? And this is just a cherry pick case basically over here. So these are the reasons. And I would also point out on this thing, on page 15, there is a specific mention. I'll read that to you. Second and related, it's on page 15, second paragraph. Second and related, the close proximity just before the city council meetings certainly suggests that the content of the meetings concerned matters before the city council. And the civil grand jury report mentions that council members met 49ers a day before the council meetings. And I would, Assistant City Clerk, can I request that one sheet to be displayed? At least I will display my calendar, how it stands. Like, since May of 2021, since May of, while Assistant City Clerk is helping with that, since May of 2021, myself and Councilmember Hardy, we met 49ers after the council meetings. This interpretation that we were meeting the 49ers a day before the meeting and deciding in their favor is completely misrepresented. Here is my calendar. The first column is date of council meeting, and the second column is date of 49er meeting. And this is in the annexure of the grand jury report is also has the same thing. So look, I'll repeat this thing. 5/25/21, we had a council meeting. And when me and Councilmember Hardy, when do we meet them? 5/26, a day after. So how can we make a decision on, without even meeting them a day before? And they're alleging us that we make a decision based on our meeting with them in the council meeting. 6/15, our meeting with the 49, 6/16. 6/25.
We don't need to go down each for time purposes.
For time
I
purposes?
don't even think that's in finding 1A, but.
It is,
Okay.
it is. It's, if you read the report, Mayor, on page
Okay.
15, these are all the findings of that report.
I'm just saying we don't need to go down every date.
So I'm saying all these dates, I don't know how many are these, basically. You can calculate, all these dates are, meetings were held a day after the council meeting. So this interpretation that we were meeting the 49ers a day before the council meeting is completely false, misrepresentation, and factually wrong. And whatever we did, we fulfilled our calendar obligation, and we were as transparent as possible, as per the city practices going on for multiple years before that. So I fully disagree with this thing.
Councilmember Park?
So I disagree. I think that along with Councilmember Hardy, that the opening statement that the city council voting block meets regularly, and I think that that is incorrect. And because the basis of the comment is incorrect, I cannot agree with the rest of the statement. I mean, I think that a simple analysis will show that the council members that are supposedly in the voting block often disagree, even on issues that involve the 49ers. Like lifting of the curfew, I actually voted with the minority voting bloc on that. Like, I mean, there's lots of instances where this is true. There's also lots of instances where we do vote together, but I mean, we vote together. A lot of, I would say, a majority of the votes that we have, probably 7-0, right? And I think at some point we need to understand that because people are voting the same way doesn't make them a block. There needs to be some, besides a claim of people are a voting block, there should be something that substantiates this claim, and there is no substantiation of this claim. And once we realize that there's no substantiation of the claim, everything else kind of falls apart. The other thing that I would, say is, I see that you want to speak. Okay. The other part I will say is that, I mean, if you read the rest of it, it says, the report, the date, some of the attendees, topic of the meeting, there is no requirement to disclose the substance of discussions, and the council members do not disclose the content of these meetings. And I feel like that is just following. It's like, well, refrigerators are for cooling things, and they are using the refrigerator to cool things. I think that would be probably that would be a good finding, except I think that the initial statement, the initial claim, which paints the picture of a city council voting block is not correct, is not substantiated, and therefore I cannot agree with this finding.
All right, City Attorney, do you have all that for that finding? Oh, City Manager, go ahead.
Mayor, I didn't talk to city attorney, not to complicate anything since we are at the beginning of this meeting, and it may be a lengthy meeting. This is a concurrent meeting of the Council and Stadium Authority. In our suggested corrections also, you are board members for this purpose, and they call you council members. So as much as possible, for the record, if you could start using the term we as board members, not as council members. Because, the meetings were as board members, not as council members.
I also want to just clarify that the grand jury report doesn't ask the council to respond, even though the conduct is alleged as to the Stadium Authority board members. So I think for all the same, we understand what your roles are and what you mean and how you're referring to yourselves.
Yeah, because we're not even in a Stadium Authority meeting.
For the record, yes, correct.
Yeah, it's just a city council meeting.
Yeah, it's because that's what the grand jury asked the council to respond.
Yeah, it's a city, so I was just going to say, Manager, we're not in a Stadium Authority meeting.
I agree. All I'm suggesting is for the purposes of responding back, just call yourselves board members.
All right, so we're okay with 1A. Do you have a question?
We are okay with 1A. I understand there were references for them. For example, Mayor, you referenced a vote, a 5-2 vote. There are references to documents, I think by Councilmember Becker, Councilmember Chahal. I don't know if this is a proper way for the council to offer post-meeting materials, but we will try our best to find those references for you as we put together a draft response, and if we need some assistance, we'll follow up.
Thank you. I mean, it was pretty clear what the group majority thought. Okay.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay, finding 1B, if you want to go ahead and read
Mayor,
that.
I still
Yes,
have
finding 1B is also.
Yeah, but we're not going to go back to each person. We're going to well, I'll let you this time, but each person gets a chance, and we can't debate what everyone says.
I get it. I just wanted to jump off of what Councilmember Chahal had said, which is that the council meetings are roughly every 2 weeks, and the meetings with the 49ers are roughly every week. So it's not like we're getting direction just before a council meeting. And if you were to actually look at the lease and management agreements, they are very complicated. And my understanding is that even some of the staff didn't have a full understanding of what was in those agreements.
All right, let's stick to the issues, and everybody gets their time to
The
speak.
motivation for having so many meetings
All
was
right,
to
we're not going
try
to debate
understand.
everybody's comments, because we'll never get through this. So let's go to finding 1B now. Go ahead, City Attorney.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, finding 1B, it says, quote, the meetings are typically held serially with 3 council members in one meeting and 2 in the next. Again, what I'd like is is feedback on whether you agree with the finding or disagree with the finding, and if you do, which part and why. If you are inclined to repeat or reference what you've already stated, you can simply say that. You can incorporate your previous statements into this response. You don't have to repeat everything that you had already stated.
All right, Councilmember Hardy.
In that way, that's right.
Yeah, we're going to do it like that. That's fair.
It's basically factual. I don't see where it's a problem, but the term serially, does that mean the next day or the day after, or that term doesn't make sense?
So, Councilmember Hardy, I will have to take it for its plain common sense meeting, and if your comment is that it doesn't make sense, that can be a response that we would incorporate in the response or in the comment if a majority of the council agrees with that disagreement or any disagreement.
All meetings are held one after the other, but that's my point. It doesn't make sense that that's a problem. Okay.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes, it's odd that the grand jury, which in my opinion, should have known better to know that the term serial is an extremely charged term because it is specified under the Brown Act. And these were not serial meetings under the Brown Act. The 49ers never disclosed what the other council members were saying, so that there was no Brown Act violation ever in these meetings. And I believe that the term serially is inappropriate to use here.
Right, I completely agree with this. They meet 3 and 2, they talk to each other. Nobody can say there was no Brown Act violations because are they talking to someone else that talks to them? Can't say this is 1B is true. And I agree. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. Mayor. So I completely disagree, from Brown Act legal point of view, the serially has a very consequential meaning over here. And this was never, the meetings were never violated the Brown Act violation for serial meetings. If me and Councilmember Hardy met it, we only had a discussion between these two people. That's it. There was no discussion of whatever information was conveyed. And most of these meetings where the information was being conveyed to us. We were not conveying our information to them, nothing. It was information being conveyed to us. And then we did not discuss that thing with any other council member. So the so-called word serially over here is a misnomer. Yeah, like vocabulary-wise, it's okay, but from legal point of view, it's very wrong, which was never happened. No violation of the Brown Act was ever took place on this thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, same objection. Disagree. I mean, the term serially, I mean, study sessions are often split across multiple meetings for this express purpose. And, again, as other board members have asserted, we may be presented similar material, but we are not told what happens in other meetings or what happened with other members. And again, you will find that study sessions follow this exact process.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Yes, I strongly disagree with this finding. The reasons also behind this is because they gave us opportunities to have meetings with the 49ers on specific dates. They said, we have a Monday meeting open. You also have another meeting open. I think it was on Wednesdays or Thursdays, depending on when you want to show up to the meeting. There was always an option. To say that we are serially meeting with them is inaccurate. That is a false charge. We do not speak to each other. In fact, there is times where I've been with Councilmember Vice Mayor Jane, and then there's another individual like Councilmember Chahal is nearby or Councilmember Hardy. Well, they were never in part of that. We cannot have them around us. In fact, Vice Mayor Jane and I move away from 2 other council members to avoid that ever happening, because we want to make sure that we are following the rules, and we have been following the rules. So when I see this accusation of serially and trying to basically jump to the conclusion that we are violating any Brown Act, that is a false accusation and a false statement. In fact, we always make sure that we are careful to follow the rules and that we do not coordinate with each other, that we do not talk to each other, that is outside of our purview. And I know there is incidences where Councilmember Park will not show up to a meeting. There are incidences where I will not show up to a meeting, or even Councilmember Jane would not show up to a meeting. And if they don't show up to the meeting, we normally do not talk to that other council member about that meeting because we are afraid that maybe that council member might talk to somebody else. So we always want to make sure we're on the ball and we're ahead of the curve and we're following the law.
Okay, do you have that one? All right,
Yes, Mayor.
next.
On to finding C, quote, "The frequency of meetings of the city council voting block with the 49ers lobbyists has created concern about the city council's governance and leaves the impression that the city council voting block is meeting in a manner to subvert the Brown Act's open meeting requirements. This has led to distrust amongst council members as well as between the council members and their constituents." Again, agree or disagree and explain why.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Agree.
Okay, I agree as well. Councilmember Hall?
Thank you. As finding 1B, we clearly mentioned there is no violation of the Brown Act. And if we take that into account, I would disagree with finding 1C also. Anybody can make any impression, doesn't matter. Like, people have their own opinion. They can make whatever impression they want to. But did we violate any of this Brown Act? No, we did not.
All right, Councilmember Park?
I'll wait just a bit. Yeah, I'm going to disagree. I feel that finding 1C does build on top of 1A and 1B, basically saying these are the results, this is the effect. Again, I disagree with the City Council voting block. I think that the distrust among council members was there even before any meetings with the 49ers were there. I understand that there are some constituents that would be, that have distrust, but some had distrust even before the meetings were there. And I would say that some people have come to me and told me that they appreciate the fact that we are actually talking to one of the biggest business partners in the city, trying to get a better deal for Santa Clara. So I will disagree with that. Meaning, while it is, maybe true that there is distrust, I don't believe that this is causal. I think that a lot of it was pre-existing. I think that a lot of that is politics, and I disagree with the fact that they've stated it's the City Council voting block. There is no voting block. It's making assumptions based on finding 1 and finding B, finding 1A and finding 1B being true to make this assertion, and I don't think that follows.
Councilmember Becker?
I disagree with the finding. I mean, you could basically look at this, and it could be for anybody. It could be anybody meeting with labor unions. I meet with a labor union every other month. I mean, that could be put on there too. It could be the same exact consideration. But in America, we go by facts. We don't go by assumptions. And this is what an assumption is. It's basically the thing that I have major issue with is this has led to distrust amongst council members as well as between the council members and their constituents. I think that is a false statement. That is an accusation, and I disagree with that because I, in fact, talk to my constituents about these matters, and I am upfront and transparent with them.
Councilmember Hardy?
Once again, the term city council voting block, I disagree with. There was no, as has been explained, there was no purpose or there was no intent at all to subvert the Brown Act. In fact, it was because of that that only Raj Chahal and myself talked about things. Suds and I've joked that we talk less now than we did before, and it's all about robotics. So we did not do that. And I've had constituents say, thank you for meeting with the 49ers because this is part of your job and you need to take care of this. So if a council member wants to distrust me, that's their choice. I have no control over that. But as far as constituents, I've had a lot of people say thank you.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, please.
I think I have the sentiment of the council.
All right. So now we go to the recommendation.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, we're at recommendation 1A. You should see it there on the screen. The response is going to be different here. It's not agree or disagree. It's one of four options. Again, it's either it's stating one of four. One, the recommendation has been implemented, or two, it has not been implemented but will be implemented. Three, you think it requires further analysis, which should be done no more than 6 months from October 10th, 2022. Or four, you don't believe the recommendation should be implemented because it is not warranted or reasonable. If you choose four, you need to explain why it will not be implemented. And ideally, with the other two, if there's a timeline in the future, if you could specify, that would be, or give some thoughts on timeframes. You don't have to decide that now. We can bring that back. But for 2 and 3, you should think about a timeframe for a follow-up.
But we're just doing 1A right now, correct? Okay.
Correct.
I think-
Let me read 1A, if I could.
Okay.
Recommendation 1A is, quote, prior to voting on any 49ers-related matters and to prevent violations of the Brown Act, the city council members should publicly disclose on the record if they have met with the 49ers lobbyists regarding a topic on the meeting agenda, the name of the lobbyist or lobbyists, the date of the meeting, all individuals present, and any information provided by the lobbyists. This recommendation should be implemented by February 1, 2023.
Okay, I'm going to start and say that this should be number 2, will be implemented, because this should be implemented anyway, because the theory and the thought behind our calendaring and our ordinance was that we are supposed to provide what the lobbyists are asking for, what the ask is. So I think that the date of the meeting, individuals present, most of this happens already, but the information provided by the lobbyists and what they're asking for has not been provided. So I think this should be number 2, will be implemented for transparency. Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
I think we are currently following the calendaring ordinance. If there is a topic which has been discussed with the lobbyist or any other outside business partner of the city, we do put it on a calendar that this has a related to agenda item so and so. But if there is no agenda item, we are just putting a general topic of that. So I think this is already in force, basically, in the city of Santa Clara. And you check some of the calendars we fill in. If there is a topic which we are already discussing with the resident or with anybody on a particular agenda topic which is coming to a council meeting, we always fill in that. So according to me, this is already implemented. The city calendaring ordinance has this implementation. Thank you.
So if I could, council member, are you saying it's number 1 or number 4? 1 is it has been implemented, or number 4, it need not be implemented because it's not warranted or reasonable?
What I'm saying is this is already implemented. Like when we are filling up our calendar, we do put the agenda item on that calendar, and we do put the topic of the
He's asking if it's 1 or 4, so just, that's what he's asking.
one is basically implemented, right?
Correct.
I think it's already implemented, if it's the topic. Yep.
Councilmember Park?
So I'm also going to go with 2. I mean, while the city calendaring ordinance does post the calendars, and we do have the information there, a lot of the information occurs after the meetings take place. I do want to point out that I don't know if it's material to this discussion, but there are no asks in these meetings. These are informational meetings. I don't think well, I'm not going to say I don't think. Nobody's telling us, we want you to do this, right? But purely informational, but I think that I have no problem stating before discussing council or stadium authority topics that I have met with, that we to disclose the meetings earlier than in our calendars. I have no problem with that. And I think that maybe that's what we should do. But if we're going to do that, then I feel that we should do that with all lobbyists. I don't think it should be a 49ers only thing, right? And I think that the council by and large tries to do that anyway, so.
Is that 1, 2, 3, or 4? Was that a 2?
I think I said 2.
All right, Councilmember Becker, 1, 2, 3, or 4?
Okay, I'm trying to get I'm a little confused by this number thing. What is this number thing again?
Sure, so number 1, if you refer to your agenda packet, just for reference, under background.
Okay.
For the recommendation section, there's 4, but I'll summarize really quickly. 1 is that it's already been implemented.
Yeah.
Number 2, it's not been implemented, but you think it, or you believe it should be implemented in the future with a time frame.
Okay.
3 is that you think it more requires study.
Okay.
And 4 is that you don't think it should be implemented at all because it's not justified or reasonable, and explain why if you choose 4.
Okay, so I am going to say 1, it's already been implemented. There's numerous times that we have done this, not only with the 49ers, but with labor unions, with the downtown group. Actually, I've had staff reach out to me when I turn my calendars in. By mistake, I forgot to list a topic. They've actually reached out and say, Anthony, what is the topics for the 49ers Stadium Authority meeting? And I go, oh, let me get you those. Here they are right here. And so I believe that we've already done this, that we're already transparently doing it. An example is on my own calendar, 5/23/22. We have the time, the date, the topics, as well as who's in it. Example, Emily Matthews, Jazz Sajan, Rahul Chandak, Larry McNeil, Josh Stevens, Diana Torres. They're all transparently listed. And I do the same exact thing for labor unions, downtown group, or anybody that I do meet with, as well as other lobbyists. So they are transparently listed, and we have already done that.
Councilmember Hardy?
I'm going to say 4 because I don't feel this is needed because we do it on our calendars already. We put that out. If right before we vote, I have to pull up the names of everybody that was in that meeting, I just have to go back to my minutes, my notes that I put online that I share with the secretary. I don't understand why this would make any difference. I don't think it's needed.
All right, Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, I'm going to sound like a broken record tonight. I'm going to refer to the Governance and Ethics Committee meeting on June 7th, 2021, where we actually discussed this in great detail. The issue is, as usual, the devil is in the details. Let's say I met and I spoke about parking 2 years ago. And am I supposed to go back into my records and disclose that I met with them, on June 3rd, 2021 to talk about parking? That is a logistics nightmare. I don't really understand. Like I said, the devil is in the details. And will we do that with every developer, with every union that we meet with, because they are in effect lobbyists? And how far back should I go for my records? At what point is that information no longer relevant to the current council agenda? And then the city clerk even has admitted multiple times that our lobbyist ordinance is extremely flawed. For example, the applications that we get from all of the lobbyists are incomplete. The city clerk couldn't find a single application that was filled out correctly from a lobbyist. And then we had a very clear-cut case of somebody who was a lobbyist, but we couldn't get that person to register because there's no way to prove that they made more than $1,000 that year, because you'd have to go into their financial records, and there's no way to prove that they worked more than 10 hours on a lobby issue. So the city clerk even admits. So I'm going with number 3. This requires quite a bit of analysis, including how much staff time would be required to make sure that we get this right.
All right, 1B, please.
Just to clarify, and when we bring this back to you, because there is no majority sense for this one, we're going to try our best. I'm sorry. We're going to try our best to figure out a proposal based on the various responses. Obviously, Councilmember Watanabe's not here, so I'd love to hear, given the vote, I'd love to hear her opinion as well. So we'll try the best we can to put this back in a coherent response for your consideration.
Thank you. No, we're not going back. We're going to keep going. We're not going, we have to finish this. You can
Well,
take your time.
we should take as
and
much
make
time
your
to do this
comment.
correctly as we
Excuse me,
can.
Kevin. Take your time, make your comment when you have the microphone, which you'll get it in a little bit. So
Understood.
we cannot argue with each other's opinion. We all have our own opinions. You'll get yours. All right, 1B, please.
Thank you. So recommendation 1B reads, quote, "The city should expand its existing calendar ordinance, City of Santa Clara Ordinance Number 1950, to require minutes of all meetings, including the attendees, agenda, duration, and a detailed summary of matters discussed, to be posted online with the calendar. This recommendation should be implemented by February 1, 2023. Again, 1, 2, 3, or 4.
All right, Councilmember Chahal.
I'm not sure a part-time council can fulfill all these obligations. And if we have a limited staff and if they want us to fill in the minutes of all the meetings as a council member, I don't know how practical this would be, but I would say it may need further discussion about it. And the governance committee can work on it and what are the alternatives, because if we don't have time I'm not sure whether it's practically possible to do that.
1, 2, 3, or 4?
I think 3, refer to governance.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Park.
So now that I have the microphone, I want to go back to recommendation 1A. I want to change my answer based on Board Member Jane's response. I realized when I reread the recommendation using his interpretation, I agree. I think that it is very difficult to look at every single topic, back in time, and I'm going to change my answer from 2 to 3. That it requires a lot more discussion. Same thing with 1B. I would say that this requires a lot of discussion. It's not as simple as people think. I will admit that oftentimes I am in transit when I am in some of these meetings. I am often late to these meetings, and I am not in a position where I can write down a lot of things, so I am quite literally a passive listener. I think there are a lot of other issues that come up when we look at the details, when we start looking at how we implement something like 1B, and I'm going to say that it would be 3, like there would need to be a study done to see how feasible this is and what the extent would be.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker. Oh, wait, did you say 3? 3. Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I'm going to probably go with number 3 too. It needs further analysis, and the reason why I'm saying that is because meeting minutes takes a lot of time. I know it takes a lot of time for our staff to put our meeting minutes together. So if you have part-time council members who also maybe work full-time, that's just a lot of work to do. And if you have meetings with POA, meetings with Related, meetings with the 49ers, meetings with any labor union, that's going to include minutes too. And it comes down to this question: what other city out there in this Bay Area has meeting minutes? And when I've talked to other council members in the other cities, they go, "What? Are you kidding me?" So these, I think, need more. I'm going to go with 3 because we need further analysis, better explanations, and the parameters of that study, because meeting minutes take a lot of work, and our staff knows that. And to ask council members to go and put these meeting minutes out there, that won't be a problem, but it's tedious. And if other cities are not following the same thing, why are we going to set the example?
Did you give a number? Yeah, I said 3. 3, thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
I'm going to say 4 because I think this is ridiculous. Expanding our calendar when I've had other council members also say you have to what? You're kidding me. And there are residents that don't want to talk to me if they think it's going to show up on my calendar. I found out I don't have to put residents on my calendar, so I don't. It's just lobbyists and groups that, lobbyist groups. So I don't put that on there anymore so that my residents will talk to me. I'm not going to expand this calendar ordinance. It's busy work and it's useless. 4.
Vice Mayor Jane?
I find it kind of ironic that we don't even have minutes for our council meetings. We only have action minutes. That's what we've decided as a council. We've decided that it's too onerous to have detailed minutes of what audience member said what. And then what is the burden on the staff to be able to, where would we post these? How would the staff track these? The staff can't even track the applications for the lobbyist ordinance. So again, I'm going to go with 3. I'm leaning towards 4 because I'm on a number of boards, VTA and NCPA and the Capital Corridor. They don't require any of this stuff. It's unbelievable that we put this burden on part-time council members and our overburdened staff. So I'm going to go with 3.
All right. I agree with this recommendation because I have to say nowhere in this city or any city that I've ever heard of have we had 5 members of a city council meet 40, 50, 60 times over the span of a couple years with a special interest group like this. This is unprecedented, and the public deserves to know what you're talking about. Instead of meeting with the 49er group constantly, 5 of you, they should be coming to the Stadium Authority meetings and doing the business in public instead of behind closed doors with members of the city council. So I absolutely think that the city council, the public has a right to know what you're talking about. The burden's on you. If you spend all this time with 60 some odd and more meetings with one special interest, you owe it to the public to tell them what you're talking about. Doesn't have to be detailed minutes, but at least an idea of what you're talking about. But better yet, don't do it and have them come to the public meetings and discuss business in public. So I would say number 2, this should be implemented until there's a change of behavior on the city council for the number of meetings that are taking place. All right, 1C.
Can we pull up 1C?
Steve,
Pull up a little bit. Recommendation 1C.
Mayor,
No, there's no discussion.
I wanted to change my number from 3 to 4.
All right,
Thank you.
all right. Go ahead, 1C.
Thank you. 1C says, quote, "To restore public trust, the city should require that meetings with 49ers lobbyists be recorded so the public can be assured that these closed-door, frequent, and proximal meetings to the city council meetings do not violate the Brown Act. This recommendation should be implemented by February 1, 2023.
Councilmember Park.
I'm going to say 4. Like, I think that recording these meetings is often not even in our purview. Like, and I'm saying that we're doing this for the 49ers. People have said, well, why are you meeting with them so often? Well, during this time period, we had a staff that was not meeting with them at all. We were given information that, it's hard to believe on face value, and in a lot of cases, was not true. I will also note that staff is now meeting with the 49ers, so all of my meetings have changed to summaries, and I note that on my calendar. But to say that we want to record the meetings with, I mean, again, I don't think that we should call out just the 49ers. I think that if we're going to like, why would the 49ers lobbyists be any more important than the related lobbyists? And they have a much larger project, and they've also put a lot of money into elections. I'm going to say I don't think that don't agree that this is something that we can do or should do. I think at some point when we disclose that there are meetings going on, that should be good. But there are a lot of things that we, four.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I'm going to say 4. And the reason why I'm saying 4 is because this sounds like the narrative of the former city manager. This sounds like the narrative of the former city attorney. This sounds like the narrative I've been hearing for the last 2 years of that we should be recording our meetings with the 49ers. In fact, if we were going to go down this street, then that means we're going to record every meeting with the POA, related, 49ers, developers, labor unions, whatever it is. Then they all should be recorded too. And frankly, I don't think it's fair that we just start to say, oh, let's just go after one thing, because that, in fact, is a definition of a witch hunt. 100% a definition of a witch hunt. So the thing is, at least we put this on our calendars. We are transparently following the rules that our city has. And that was the first thing that I was told about when I was elected and brought onto the city council, is making sure that you have a transparent looking calendar. So I'm going to go with 4 because this is just, again, more tedious groundwork, and it's going to be more work for our staff to have to put these videos up online, because what does anyone gain? No one gains anything. It just turns into another political theater witch hunt.
Councilmember Hardy?
I'm going to say 4 also because it starts with an improper premise to restore public trust. That I disagree with completely. That doesn't fix anything, and that makes a wild assumption. So I'm going to say 4. There's no need for that, and it would not be appropriate.
Vice Mayor Jane?
If we were going to implement this, I would have to extend it to the POA and to related and every developer out there. I think it would be kind of interesting how few meetings we would end up having with anybody if every meeting had to be recorded. And I don't believe any other city does this. But the stadium is a unique case because it's an asset that is actually owned by the city. It's an asset for which all decisions, including buying paper in the past, had to come to the city council. I know we've extended the executive director's authority to $100,000, but it used to be every expense had to come here. So it's a unique situation where we as board members need to understand what's going on in order to be able to vote. And my experience was that to understand this, I need to get both sides. I need to get a city side and a 49er side to it, because I have found cases where the staff misled me. One example here is a Panthers game where an audience member was hit with a fireworks. And I was told by staff that it was too windy that day and that the 49ers were operating this unsafely. I come to find out that the fire department has the ability to shut down any fireworks due to unsafe conditions, which they did not exercise. And in reality, and here's the report from the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, which states it was a defective shell. Manufacturer has been notified. So the ordinance was actually launched but did not ignite. What happened was that,
Is that to do with this
yes,
recording
it
meetings?
absolutely does.
I'm trying to make the connection.
So my point is that this recommendation singles out only the 49ers, and I don't agree with that. I would say that if we're going to do it, it would extend to everybody, including POA and everyone who meets with us. Now, I don't know if we're going to record meetings with residents, like all of my community meetings. Would they have to be recorded? And then where would all of those recordings be placed? Would the city provide the website to do that? Again, I'm going to say 4.
Thank you. I'm going to say 3 because I think that the recording is a little onerous and probably not practical. I would say, though, if these meetings were recorded with the 49ers, there would be a lot less meetings. Any discussions really is with this number of meetings. Again, we're talking about, I don't think in the history of Santa Clara you could find this number of private meetings with 5 members of the city council in any business in the history of this city or any city. So this is a unique situation. It's not like any other situation. So I think the grand jury recognized that. I think recording is a little much, so I would say number 3. But if we are able to get number 2 with more detailed information on meetings, I think that might fit the bill. So I would say number 3 because I think recording is a little too much. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have the same objection with the first line, that restore public trust. When I ran for election 2018, I publicly mentioned that we will be sitting with 49ers to resolve the issues. And that's what we did. There's no distrust of the public. We never distrusted and the faith public gave us, basically. So that first line itself is very wrong. And I remember the city of Santa Clara got a grand jury report few years back about our PRAs. And the council at that time unanimously mentioned, why did the grand jury cherry-picked city of Santa Clara only? And here we have clear examples. It's being cherry-picked, like anything dealing with 49ers, cherry-pick it. Okay, this is only for 49ers, only for our 49ers. If we are trying to implement these things for 49ers, why not others who have a special interest within the city of Santa Clara? And how many of our meetings have been canceled by staff because of the not availability of the resources, not able to make minutes, not able to arrange staffing for manage these minutes? And if we are trying to do this thing, this is very practically not possible. So my recommendation is number 4.
All right, City Attorney, 1D.
Thank you. If we could scroll, there's 1D, perfect. Recommendation 1D says, quote, "The city should establish an open governance commission to evaluate the city's current open government practices and make recommendations for improvement. This recommendation should be implemented by February 1, 2023.
Councilmember Becker.
I'm going to say 1. This is already implemented. We have a governance and ethics committee, and I'm going to probably be a broken record, just like Vice Mayor Jane over here. We haven't had one since June 2021. We haven't had a marketing development committee meeting since I've become the chair. Since everyone on this council has rotated into a leadership role, no meetings have happened. None. And seeing that we've already have a open governance commission that is making the recommendations that they've made before, I don't see any more purpose to move forward. I think, we've already have that. So I'm going to say the recommendation has already been implemented, and the proof is in the pudding from June 2021 meeting, where we do have these government and ethics committee meetings, and I think we've already had that discussion where we're trying to get these meetings going again so we can reference. I don't know how many weeks ago it was that we referenced this, which is we instructed the city manager to start these meetings again. So those are the two proofs in the pudding, and we've already had that implemented.
Councilmember Hardy?
I read this a little bit differently because it says Open Governance Commission, not a committee. So I would say 4 because we do not need another commission. We have a governance committee that needs to meet.
All right, Vice Mayor Jane?
I have been chair of the Governance and Ethics Committee meeting for this whole year, and we have not met. So since I've been chair, and the reason is lack of staff. And so we already have the Governance and Ethics Committee meeting, which is a public meeting. Any member of the public can come and speak, and those are recorded. So any member of the public can actually view those because they are during the day. And any member of the public can submit questions to the committee. Now, there were a number of recommendations made at the June 7th, 2021 committee meeting, which it's unfortunate. It seems like the grand jury was not aware of that meeting. And there were a number of recommendations, including whether we should take minutes of meetings, whether we should include topics, whether we should list the asks that are made by lobbyists. There was a number of recommendations made, and I believe the vote was unanimous to forward those to the council. And so it's been a year and a half, and had we worked on those at the council level, maybe we wouldn't have even needed a grand jury report. But so I'm going to say 4.
All right, I take this to mean that they are looking for an open and independent governance commission, because I propose that as well. I think that's exactly what we need to look at our governance practices and to make suggestions for improvement. So I would say number 2, and this should happen sooner rather than later, because I think that there's a lot of issues that the council is very much in denial about. From an ethical perspective that needs to be improved. We can't wonder why we haven't had commission or committee meetings when the city manager was fired and the city attorney was fired. Once you do that in an organization, it stymies the organization, it stymies the work. So I don't know why everyone is so surprised that we haven't been able to conduct business the way we need to because of the actions of the city council. So I really think that an ethics open governance commission is something that's sorely needed immediately with the city council, and I would say number 2. Councilmember Chahal.
Number 4, because we already have a governance committee which can take care of this thing, and unfortunately staff has time and again told us that they don't have a capability to add any more commissions and any more staff support for any of other commissions or committees for that matter. There's no use of putting a new commission or committee when we don't have resources to fulfill even our existing commissions or existing committees in place. And once we start implementing the existing committees, I think this can be taken care of.
Councilman Park?
Yeah, again, it says Open Governance Commission. We already have a governance committee. The committee is open to the public. It's also recorded. I will note that at the time that council committees were stopped, there were other commissions and task forces, which I don't think were as important as some of the issues. Like, I don't think the issues that they discussed would ever get the interest of a civil grand jury. And I think that that kind of points to the importance of having some of the council committees. But we already have a council committee. It is an open to the public committee. Any member of the public can give input. We, cannot stop the members of the public from, giving us input. I'm going to say 4. We do not, I mean, for the same reason that we can't have committee meetings, I think that having another commission on top of a committee that whose express purpose is to do this is not necessary.
All right, next finding.
All right, so we're moving on to, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Finding, yeah.
We're moving on to Group 2, and there's only one finding and one recommendation for Group 2, and this is about being visible during meetings. Finding 2 says, quote, "There is concern that the City Council voting block is getting real-time influence from 49er lobbyists during City Council meetings," unquote. Again, agree or disagree, and if you disagree in part or in whole, just state why. Thank you.
All right, that starts with Councilmember Hardy.
First off, I would disagree with the city council voting block term. I don't understand what is truly meant by real-time influence from lobbyists, because go back to last night's meeting, we had lobbyists calling us in real time, trying to influence us to vote for a housing project. So if they're saying some of us are on our phones during a meeting, I work really hard at not doing that. And if I have to pull my phone out, it's because I have to readjust my hearing aids. So anyone can come to a council meeting and talk and speak and influence things. So the whole thing doesn't make sense from a realistic point of view. Thank you.
Does that agree or disagree?
I disagree, I said.
All right, Vice Mayor Jane.
I find this incredibly ironic, because just while Councilmember Park was speaking on the last recommendation, the mayor was on her phone. I don't know whether she was on Facebook or whether she was texting or what she was doing. The whole time last night during the Civic Center drive, I was just watching her on her phone the whole time. It was unbelievable how this happens. And I've heard that in previous councils, there were people in the middle of closed sessions that were texting. Unbelievable. So I find this pretty naive on the part of the grand jury to not recognize that this is happening, and to single out the 49ers for this is just incredible. So I am going to say disagree.
Thank you. I'm going to say I agree, especially when we were on Zoom and we were discussing 49er issues. People would come with pre-prepared statements that they were clearly reading. And I've had a suspicion for a long period of time. So I would say, yes, I agree with recommendation number 2.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just would like to note for the record that Councilmember Watanabe has joined the meeting.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay. Do you understand what we're doing, or should we give you, why don't we, City Attorney, give her a little tutorial
Sure.
on what we're doing?
Good
Thank
evening. Good evening, Councilmember Watanabe.
Good evening, City.
We've gone through. What we're doing is we're going through each finding and recommendation by group, because the recommendations are paired with the findings. So we just finished Group 1, which is all the findings under 1 and recommendations under 1. We're now on Group 2. So what we're doing is, with respect to each finding, we're putting it before the council, and we're asking for one of 2 responses for a finding, which is you either agree with the finding, which is very simple and you move on, or if it's 2, if you disagree with any part of the finding or the finding in whole, you should state that and explain why. And when we get to recommendations, I can brief you then, but we're on finding number 2, and agree.
You have that in front of you, Kathy?
Yes, I,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
Good.
And you're supposed to, and you just state whether you agree or disagree. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Tall.
I disagree, and this is Councilmember Vice Mayor Chen is dot on this thing. Like, I don't know, civil grand jury, how they interpreted these things. Like, if somebody said something about something, they said, oh yeah, this is very correct. It's 100% correct. And that's what the rumor mill goes on. And that's how this thing came into over here. Like, I don't know what assumptions they are making, who told them this thing, and how they assumed these things. So it's pretty ridiculous. And I fully disagree with this thing.
Councilmember Park?
Oh.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. No, I actually, I agree with this statement because I know there have been times, actually, if you go back and you look at some of the public records requests that were done last year, there are text messages that clearly demonstrate the communications between Councilmember Hardy and Rahul Chandak, where he accuses me of lying about a statement that I made. And this was in real time during a council meeting. So I definitely, definitely agree with this statement because it's right there in public records requests and text messages that this council majority has turned over, and they are public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
So I'm going to disagree. I mean, it says there is concern, and I'm like, there is a concern is not a finding. Like, I can be concerned about a lot of things. And again, it says city council voting block. And they're suggesting that the entire voting block is getting real-time influence, or maybe there is somebody here signaling other people, telling them how to vote. Like, I just don't see where they're getting any of this, this finding. It's not a finding, it's a concern, and anyone can have a concern. But I'll also say that the method, like what they're discussing, that we're getting real-time influence, I've heard people say that, oh, I know that people are reading prepared statements. I'll be absolutely clear with anyone here, like anyone who's seen me and has spoken to me knows that I don't come in here with an idea of what I'm going to do. I mean, even last night's vote, I didn't know how I was going to vote until I was here in the chambers. Like, I take my notes, and I don't have notes in advance. I start with a blank slate, and I think that anyone that looks at the edits to the notes that I take will see that I take the notes in real time. I'll also state that some people are perhaps more eloquent than others, and we don't need to have things written out for us to read. I will say that I sit right next to Councilmember Watanabe, and I've seen her, just like Vice Mayor Jane has noted about Mayor Gilmore, that there are lots of texts going on. I look at Granicus, and Granicus has a place for notes, and you can tell if there's notes inside Granicus because the field turns yellow. And I will say, I've often seen council members with that note field already filled out with, in some cases, lots and lots and lots of information. And for people to assume that the majority of this council needs pre-written statements to come up with what to say, I don't think they've worked with people of the caliber of some of the people on this council. I completely disagree with this, not just from the fact that it's a city council voting block, which is not the case, but I mean, there's a concern. I mean, by whom?
Councilmember Becker.
In America, there's a such thing as facts, and when you talk about assumptions, suspicions, concerns, may have, could have, those are not facts. Those are 100% not facts. Facts are substantial in meaning that you have evidence and proof of that actually happening. So I disagree with this, seeing that There is concern that the city council voting block, again, voting block is a concern to me that this is continually repeated over and over again, is getting real-time influence from the 49ers and lobbyists during council meetings. That's 100% false fact. And, I'm going to second what Vice Mayor Jane said, which is I have seen the mayor and Councilmember Watanabe in closed session during settlement discussion texting and using their phone. In fact, there was one time where myself, Councilmember Jane, and Councilmember Park were all writing down notes inside closed session. Guess what? We were told that we can't do that.
Let's stop with the closed session.
So I'm just saying though that if we're gonna go down that road, that's a little unfair that people get to throw that. So assumptions, concerns, suspicions are not facts. Facts are facts, and you cannot mix facts up with assumptions. So I'm gonna disagree just because of seeing people on their phones is disagreeing.
All right. Recommendation 2?
Okay, so as we have before, Councilmember Watanabe, we're now on to the recommendation for this group, and there are 4 options that each council member should choose, one of 4, in response to the recommendation. This recommendation 2 is, quote, "The city should require council members to be visible at all meetings, either in person or in camera."
Okay, Vice Mayor Jane.
Yeah, so I sit on a number of boards. This morning I was on the Capitol Corridor Joint Power Authority Board. A number of the directors were not on camera. I sit on the VTA board. A number of the members are not on camera. I think it's, actually, I'm going to say this again, I think it's naive of the grand jury to think that there can't be communications if you're not on camera. It's clear right now, today, I see the mayor communicating while in a physical meeting. So I don't see that being on camera or off camera makes that much of a difference in terms of being able to get communications. So I am going to say number 4.
So I'm going to say number 2, because I brought this up a while back. There was actually a vote on it because I thought that all council members should be visible during the meetings at all times. Council members had to be here in person prior to COVID, and now I don't see any reason why council members should not be visible at all times. So I think number 2 will be implemented, that we should all be here in person and at least show the public that we are available on camera and listening to them even if we are remote. So I say number 2. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. I'll say number 4. Like, there are extreme circumstances when you are joining remotely and you may not be able to join on camera, basically. Yesterday I was not feeling well. That doesn't mean that I have to switch on my camera and I'm creating ruckus on the meeting and I have to be on camera while having fever or something, show off that, oh, I'm on camera because I'm not well, feeling well. This is ridiculous. Like, finding itself was ridiculous and recommendation itself is ridiculous. And this thing is not, again, cherry picking one particular organization, one particular council. Vice Mayor mentioned, like, we sit on a policy advisory committee of VTA, we sit on different boards, and there is no mandate that you have to be on camera. And anyway, probably January, February, the mandate to have remote meetings will go anyway. Everybody will be in the chamber. So this will be a moot point anyway on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Park? Councilmember Watanabe. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting your hair.
Mayor, if I could just provide Councilwoman Watanabe with the options
Yes, please,
Yes.
go ahead.
So Councilmember Watanabe, the four options, I realized I didn't tell you what they were. I just listed 1, 2, 3, and 4, so my apologies. So in response to each recommendation, option number 1 is that the recommendation has already been implemented with a summary regarding the implemented action. Option number 2 is that the recommendation has not been implemented but will be implemented in the future with a time frame. Option number 3 is that the recommendation should require further analysis with an explanation of the parameters of the analysis, and that the analysis will be completed within 6 months of the publication of the grand jury report, which was October 10th, 2022. And the last option, option number 4, is that the recommendation will not be implemented because it is not warranted or is not reasonable. And if that is chosen by any respective council member, an explanation should be provided.
Okay, thank you for that, City Attorney. Yeah, I'm going to go with number 2. And the reason I say that is because this has to do with requiring council members to be visible at all meetings, either in person or on camera. We're talking about council members in council meetings where the public is there to see you, and in an effort to be open and transparent, the best way to do that is to be visible. And if you can't be visible in person there in the chambers, at least be visible on camera where people can see you and they can observe you. I think that it's a perfectly good recommendation. And so I will go with number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
It's funny, I can't see Board Member Watanabe either, so I don't know if she's reading this. But at the same time, I really don't care. I think that what she said speaks for itself. I'm also part of a lot of other committees, VTA, I'm part of a lot of other, and there is no requirement for this. I think that at some point, our words should speak for themselves. We've had situations even within council chambers where we've had to turn off video, or people have had to disable video because of bandwidth problems. That is not something that's controllable. Almost every meeting, we've got somebody in the audience, some member of the audience, who we have to say, sorry, can you call in again because we can't hear you? And this is even without video. Oftentimes, I'll have the application tell me that you're having a network issue, try turning video off. I've literally had that. And I live in a neighborhood where I don't have the bandwidth to enable video and interact with the meeting at the same time. And, I've tried to do this. I've made it a point to come to City Council, as I'd prefer to do. I actually like being in chambers. I like seeing all the people out here and their expressions because it's very entertaining. But at the same time, I just don't think that that's a requirement that you can enforce. And I think that there's a reason why that's not enforced even at state level or other level meetings, right? And again, if you've got a split council where some people are at home or another location, I can't see the remote people. And I don't see a need for this. I'm going to say 4. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I'm going to say 4 as well. We're all here already. I think, pretty much this was a major concern, I think, during COVID. We were just talking about how we couldn't see Councilmember Watanabe. I could see her right here. Thank you, Nora, for clarifying that. But, yesterday I was in a similar situation. I was home because I had the flu since last Thursday. And so I went on camera when I needed to be on camera because the rest of the time I had to lay down because I was pretty dizzy. So understand that. But at the same time, we're being transparent. We're following the rules. I don't see anything other implementation. Councilmember Watanabe's not here today and she's online, which she's clearly putting herself on camera over here. So, it's up to the individual. And I don't think we should be forcing people to do these kind of things, and they should be standing up for what is right. So I'm going to say 4. And I think this remote work, remote kind of meeting kind of thing is probably going to be dwindling down, but it should be an option for people who are either sick or on vacation or are on vacation, but they want to join the council meetings. So that should be an option, but it shouldn't be a forced requirement like other cities don't have that requirement.
Councilmember Hardy?
I will also say 4, it's really hard to tie this recommendation even to what they consider their finding. And I can think of numerous times council members were, say, at a conference and they called in and all we had was their voice. So I fail to see what the point is and find that the recommendation findings aren't even tied together.
All right, finding 3A.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we're into Group 3, and these findings and recommendations relate to oversight of the 49er management company of the stadium. So with respect to these findings, there's 3A, 3B, and 3C. Staff has recommended that the council direct staff to prepare a response to these because these are operational questions, but that is your discretion. There is a finding 3D, which includes some operational questions or operational assertion and policy or council matter.
So all the 3, so this whole section of 3, so you'll prepare responses and bring them back to us for approval?
The
Is that what
recommendation.
you're talking about?
I'm sorry, Mayor. The recommendation is that the council directs staff to prepare a response to findings 3A, 3B, and 3C.
Okay, what about 3D?
Part of 3D.
Part of 3D. Okay. So we're going to punt all the 3s for now?
No, if the council approves, directs, we would.
Yes, we should do that since
Okay.
they're operational. Does anybody have an objection to that? I have a comment. Go ahead. Comment on that?
I agree that this is the purview of staff because these are operational, but I just find it kind of interesting that the grand jury was not aware that we had a financial management system implemented. Apparently, nobody ever told them that. Apparently, nobody ever told them that KPMG audits our stadium finances every year, and that JS Held has been doing audits of non-NFL events, and they have now been tasked to go look at the earlier years, the audits of those. I just don't understand how this never came up to the grand jury. And then it would have been nice if the grand jury had put in the safety violations and fire violations in their report, because it just kind of vague references to these violations, which I'm not exactly sure. And then, as I had mentioned, if you go look, and I read this today, the calculation of the performance rents, it is unbelievably complicated, which is why I need constant explanations of how this works. Because, like, you have a 50%, there's a public safety overage. It's the amount credit that is over the $170,000 that you have to count into the performance rents. It's an incredibly difficult concept. So I do need staff to explain that to us. And then the final thing is, this is related to 3D, is if we had unabated fire and safety violations, why is the stadium even open? I don't even understand how we could be doing anything in the presence of these violations. So perhaps those are things that I would like staff to cover in their report to us. Thank you.
That's A, B, C, and D. They'd all be covered.
Staff will.
Yeah, just to clarify the record, so the council is agrees with staff recommendation to respond to finding 3A, B, and C. And if we could get to 3D, let me know when you're ready to get to 3D.
All right, 3A, B, and C. Councilmember Becker? just on 3A, B, and C.
Yep. Yeah. So I agree with Councilmember Vice Mayor Jane or Board Member Jane, whatever we're using right now. Too many words. It is pretty vague. I mean, I know that we've made some changes, made some turns around the corner here, and I think that is going to be. I'm going to just definitely want staff to solve those problems on that one, because I know we did make some changes, and it just feels like that the grand jury wasn't caught up to speed, or they were only given so much to, like, basically the tip of an iceberg versus the entire iceberg. So I think staff should be able to solve that issue themselves.
Member Chahal.
Thank you. So this is another ignorance on part of civil grand jury, basically. Since I came to council in 2019, I have been very vocal to have a parallel accounting system, cloud-based accounting system. I fought for it, and consistently I fought for that. And I'm proud that this system has been implemented this year. And this was we were always talking about problem, but nobody was talking about the solutions. And this is the solution which I proposed, and it came forward. And this is the solution which we needed way back. Like we say, 2016, 2017, we don't have that. Why didn't we implement these things so sooner? So I'm happy that we have a system, accounting system, which transparently available to both Manco as well as our Stadium Authority finance team. And I am happy we can get this data. And I'm happy that staff will be looking into 3A, B, C, and D on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't think any financial system is effective unless you're getting the financial information from Manco, which is what we have not been able to get over the years. So I haven't seen the results of this new system yet. But I agree that staff should be looking into this, and especially the fire and safety violations that we're not privy to. And there's probably a good reason why they didn't disclose them in public. But so I think that that's outside of our expertise here. So we look forward to you bringing that back. Councilmember Park.
Thank you. I do agree with the other board members on 3A and 3B. I think that if we've got these kinds of problems, first of all, we do have changes, and we have a finance director who's responsible for reporting these numbers back to us, and I think that's literally their job. If that's not sufficient, that's a problem that staff should tell us about to address. I think when it comes to the fire and safety violations, like if they have not been remediated, I'm concerned about that too. I think that if they have not been remediated, we should definitely not have any events until they are remediated. When it comes to 3C, designed to result in performance rents payable to the Stadium Authority for non-NFL events. However, expenses from those events result in no income payable to the Stadium Authority. I would say during COVID, we didn't have non-NFL events. But more importantly, I think that, the board chair, Mayor Gilmore, told us in our State of the City address, several weeks back, that this situation was existent since 2017, where a majority of this board was not even on council. I think that at some point it should not be about the, but it's clearly targeted to a city council majority voting block, and it doesn't make sense that that would be the case, since the majority of the time that I've been on council, we haven't even had events at the stadium. But if they have been, if we haven't had these kinds of rents since 2017, I think that we should look into that as well. I would like some kind of response on why that was true. I'd like to know why, we had monies before that and not after that. Because I think that if we just look at what happened during COVID, that doesn't tell the full story. And I would like staff, and this is direction, to include the differences prior to 2017 and after 2017, when the majority of this council was, in fact,
That's not on this grand jury report. We're only responding to what's on the grand jury report now. If you want to do
Understood, but
something
I
separate to that,
think-
we can do something separate during a stadium authority meeting.
well, I'm looking at
I'd like
finding
to
three.
keep it because we need to finish this evening, Councilmember Park. Let's stick to the grand jury report.
Understood. So I'm going to read finding 3C again. In agreement with Manco, the agreement with Manco is designed to result in performance rents payable to the stadium authority for non-NFL events. However, expenses from those events result in no income payable to the stadium authority. And at some point, in order to do this analysis, we must look at pre-existing conditions and the conditions under which these claims are being made. And so I think that this does bring into the report, and again, this is a request for staff, that if you're going to do this, let's have the full story, because, doing this report or doing this kind of analysis, during the middle of COVID to the events starting this year doesn't tell a full story, because I think that if you do look at the reports starting this year, we will have income payable.
City manager.
So I'm going to say, I perfectly agree that they should give reports for 3A, 3B, and 3C. I'm going to, my request, I'd like that to be in the report. And for finding 3D, we'll get to that when we get to that.
Mayor, I feel compelled to correct something for the record, or at least state it. The violations that are talked about, I looked into those and I talked to the chief, and will provide you the details. None of them is life or safety level that would require a closure of the stadium. None of them is like that. These are very minor violations. For example, prior to any event, fire department will go out there. If a pathway is blocked, they will call that a violation, which is corrected immediately thereafter. So every time you go, you'll find some minor violations, but there's nothing that rises to the level of closure. I just wanted to clarify for that record. It's one of the safest stadiums.
Okay, City Attorney, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we have direction on findings 3A, B, and C. For finding 3D, it reads, quote, despite Manco's lack of financial transparency, failure to schedule non-NFL events in a fashion that yields a financial benefit to the city/stadium authority, and repeated unabated fire and safety violations, the city recently agreed to keep Manco as the operator of the stadium. I want to add here that our recommendation is to allow for staff to address the repeated unabated fire and safety violations part. The council may address every other aspect of the finding. I will say that this appears to relate to the settlement agreement that was approved or entered into on August 31st, 2022. And again, the council may comment on the merits of the settlement agreement. I want to just caution you on commenting on any deliberations in closed session or communications that are subject to the privilege. Thank you.
Okay, so, all right, so we're part of 3D now. Is that what we're talking about? Part of 3D, excluding the unabated fire and safety violations?
Correct.
Correct? All right, we start with Councilmember Chahal. Yeah,
Talking about
3D,
and
3D except for the health and safety. I mean, yeah, the fire, health, and safety violations.
I'm not sure what findings are like. It's pretty vague because this is the first year, 22-23, when the stadium will be making multi-million-dollar revenue from the stadium since 2017 onwards. So I don't agree with the findings because we will be making multi-million-dollar. We have booked 7 concerts this year, so I don't agree with the findings, basically. We will be making, and We already got presented with the one concert detail, and I think December 16th we'll be presented with other Q2 report for the concerts, so that those itself should be clear enough to show the revenues will be generating from this thing. So.
Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yeah, I agree with this finding, and I heard what the city attorney said, and so I don't want to say anything out of closed session, but I agree definitely with this finding. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
So I agree with the city attorney that staff should give a response to the, financial transparency. I think the failure to schedule non-NFL events in a fashion that yields a financial benefit to the Stadium City Authority is not yet determined. During COVID, I think that that's reasonable to understand why that happened. I would like an analysis of everything else. Repeated unabated fire and safety violations, I'm sure the city manager and staff will address that as well. Yeah, and I think that the finding is that the city recently agreed to keep Manco as the operator of the stadium. That is true. But if you're looking for a causal, but you're trying to tie these all things together, I think that the full story is not there. I think that there needs to be a report of, we need to do that. But if you're saying that despite all these different things, and that's the reason that we did this, I don't agree with that. If you want to take these individually, that's fine, but they're trying to link these as causal, or they're trying to link these as one is related to the other, and I don't agree with that.
Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, seeing Finding 3D, it's basically the same words I've been seeing over and over again since the stadium opened. It's been the same narrative that's been happening for the last 6 years. And frankly, I think people are tired of hearing that same narrative. I really want to hear an explanation given to the grand jury about our waterfall loans, about the financial transparency, about the it's saying we're having a failure to schedule non-NFL events in a fashion that yields a financial benefit. I would love to hear what the results we've gotten from the last Elton John concert and a few other things like that. So I think this is, again, a very pigeonholed finding without having the facts or the evidence to back it up, including, I think Councilmember Park might have said it just a while ago, saying that we do need to have explanations of the preconditions and the post-conditions. I want to see that in this explanation, because it seems like some members of our city council have a hard time understanding this. At the same time, the grand jury is believing this, and then the other factor is a lot of our public starts to believe this too. And I think our public needs to see this, including the grand jury, that we are turning the corner on this and things are getting better. So I want to make sure that we are going to provide that information to the grand jury, to our public, and to members of this council who just don't see what's really happening.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I would disagree. The only part of this that is correct is the last portion. The city recently agreed to keep Manco as the operator of the stadium. The rest of it is making some assumptions that are not even tied to that. So that's why I would disagree.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, I believe the premise of this statement is incorrect. While the agreement to keep Manco as the operator of the stadium is correct, but the premise is false. And the reason is that the conditions have changed. We have the financial management system, and I know that the staff will report on what they can see with the the financial management system, but we have had audits. The KPMG audit was clean, okay? That means that they didn't find anything. And they are a very reputable, one of the world's greatest auditing firms, okay? And JS Held is now doing audits. So, and then the failure to schedule non-NFL events in a fashion that yields financial benefit. If I actually look at the Q1 report, in Q1, the non-NFL net revenue was $643,000. So, and then for the fiscal year ending May 31st, there was actually $1.13 million that flowed to the general fund from the stadium. And the loans are being paid off much more quickly than expected. So I believe that just the premise of this statement, and of course staff will respond to the fire and safety violations, but again, as the city manager has said, they're extremely minor violations that are abated when they move something that's obstructing a door. So I'm going to say disagree.
All right, 3D, I agree with it. Despite Manco's lack of financial transparency, that has been the crux of the issue. From day one, the lack of financial transparency has been very evident. Failure to schedule non-NFL events in a fashion that yields a financial benefit to the city stadium authority, that's been pretty obvious because all of the events that they have scheduled, including a lot of money-losing events, has had a zero net gain to our general fund from performance rent for the past several years. So that's been pretty obvious. It's a fact. Fire and safety codes, I don't know how minor some of these are. I knew about some of them before. They weren't of a minor nature. So I'm interested to get the statistics on that. But yes, this council, despite all of the problems that have not been mitigated in the management agreement, the majority of this council decided to settle the lawsuit on the management agreement and give them back full authority to do whatever they want for the stadium with little to no transparency back to the public. So many of these things have not been corrected, and I agree with this finding. Councilmember Chahal. Oh, you started. All right. All right. Recommendation 3A? Oh, no. We're done. Finding 4.
No, we have to go to the recommendations for 3A, B, and C.
Oh, I thought we didn't do that until you give us back information?
Well, let me present this to you and kind of how we're thinking about this.
All right.
So there are 3 recommendations tied to this group, right? 3A, B, and C. And what we've done is there are parts of the recommendations that are operational. There are other parts that the council may feel like it can address despite that, or based on what was clarified by staff in the attachment to the report. If you want to defer because we don't have, that staff, full staff response to recommendation 3A, B, and C, we can. We'll have to talk at the end of the meeting about logistics for how we would bring this report back, but that would require probably a little more substantive discussion because you're looking at these recommendations for the first time at the next meeting as opposed to now.
I don't know how we could do recommendations for 3A, B, and C without clarifying findings for 3A, B, and C. So I'd like to defer that one. So we do it all together at a regular council meeting?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
That's the.
All right.
Okay.
So we'll go to 4.
All right. If we can scroll down to, perfect. So finding 4 is about the World Cup, or assertions about the World Cup. There's 1 finding and then 3 recommendations. We'll start with finding 4, which reads, quote, FIFA and the 49ers have announced that 2026 FIFA World Cup matches will be held at the stadium. The former city manager raised concerns about the lack of information and potential risks the event could pose to the city/stadium authority.
That's an agree or disagree thing?
Correct. We're at the findings, so it's agree, and if that's fine. If you disagree in part or in whole, explain why.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe, you're first.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for Nora for pointing out that you can see me or I can be seen because my video camera is on here. So yes, I definitely agree with this finding. The FIFA was presented at a council meeting. I believe it was a 030 policy that Councilmember Hardy brought this, wanted it put it on an agenda, and with no details, no background, no information as to how this would impact the city, and what our responsibilities would be. So, okay, there we go. And so, and yes, the former city manager did raise concerns on many occasions about the lack of information, the potential conflicts of interest, and because she was concerned about the risk to the city and the general fund, and how the city may be responsible for any costs or in preparation for this event coming to Santa Clara. So I definitely agree with this finding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
So if I read this, FIFA and the 49ers have announced that 2026 FIFA World Cup matches will be held at the stadium, and that is true. Congratulations to the Bay Area for getting that. The former city manager raised concerns about the lack of information and potential risks the event could pose to the city stadium authority, and I believe that that is true as well. But I'm going to disagree that statement is correct. I think that when the former city manager raised concerns about lack of information, the information was there. And again, this is one of the problems with not talking to one of the biggest business partners in your city. The people managing an asset that we own worth hundreds of millions of dollars, like over $1 billion, it's a $1.3 billion stadium. So if you say that, if you say that I went hungry because I didn't eat food, that may be true, but to state that the food was not available, that is not a true statement. So I'm going to say in pieces, it is true, but the reasons for, the comments, just, they're not true. And if people want to complain that the 2026 FIFA World Cup matches will be held at the stadium, I'm willing to listen to their complaints, but again, go Santa Clara.
Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I'm going to say that I'm going to disagree, but the first sentence is accurate. Yes, we do have the FIFA event. We do have the World Cup here going to be at the stadium. When it talks about the former city manager raising concerns about the lack of information and potential risks, the event that could pose the stadium authority, I think Councilmember Hardy covered that in her resolution, which says the city is not going to be responsible for these things. And that was overwhelmingly passed, I believe it was 7-0. Oh, sorry, 6-0. My apologies. There was another, Suds was not here. So, sorry, Suds, threw you in there. No, so right there I see that kind of very contradictory. We took the initiative to make sure that we were not going to be liable, that we wanted to make sure that we were transparent and that we were going to be accountable for this. And I think Councilmember Hardy clearly did that in her resolution, and I appreciate her for doing that. Because that is the same exact thing that I reiterated myself at the World Cup thing when we did get the World Cup, that we will not be held accountable for this, that we will make sure that we are financially transparent on that too. So I appreciate what you did on that. But seeing this, it just is a very disagreeing statement. And frankly, it just kind of is repeating a same narrative that I heard a year ago. And I think that the grand jury, again, was pigeonholed into one aspect, and they only saw the tip of the iceberg, not the whole entire iceberg, which I'm surprised they didn't even reference Councilmember Hardy's resolution, which if you're going to do proper methodology, you go to the source. So I'm going to disagree.
Councilmember Hardy?
I would disagree because those are two factual statements, but they have been put together in a way that doesn't make sense. The first one is absolutely correct, and the former manager did raise concerns, but that wasn't the point of the fact that we got this. And it shouldn't, the two put together don't make sense, once again. It's a premise, the premise is wrong.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, it seems to me that Measure J would prevent any general fund money flowing to this. So I think we have a sort of solid assurance that that won't happen. But I find it unbelievably ironic that the 49ers have good reason to not trust the city, because just look at this grand jury report. It was leaked. I mean, the Taylor Swift, how much we paid Taylor Swift, was leaked. It was made public. And then Taylor Swift's people were like, no, we're not doing business with you anymore. Finally, I guess she's coming back. But it's one of those crazy things that unless we can get a handle on these leaks, it's not really clear whether the 49ers, and I think it's wrong that maybe they don't tell the city, but they do have a reason based on history to not tell the city when they're going to negotiate for an event. But Measure J prevents us from going in the hole on those events. And then the other interesting thing is during the Super Bowl, the city was feeling left out because there weren't any events in the city. So we did this super communities thing. And the city committed $2 million to events. And there was assurances from the staff and the supporters that, oh yeah, we're going to get donations to cover this. It was a $2 million write-off for the city for those super community events. So there's good reason to make sure that we're careful this time based on past history. But I believe Measure J protects us, and we have to somehow figure out what's going on with the leaks. Thank you.
So I agree with finding 4. FIFA, they announced the 2026 FIFA World Cup matches will be held in the stadium. That's true. And the former city manager raised concerns about the lack of information and potential risks the event could pose to the city stadium authority. The city manager went so far as to send multiple letters to Manco and the 49ers asking for more information about FIFA, because she knew, as well as I knew and many others, that when FIFA comes to town, just like the Super Bowl and others, that there is a huge ask from the host cities for public safety and other types of commitments. They don't come commitment-free. And then another thing I just want to clear up, that resolution was not written by you, Councilmember Hardy. It was written by the city manager, because I asked her, and I wanted to make sure that there was information in there that they would not be charging the city at all for any of the costs when they come to town. So it was Deanna Santana that wrote that resolution. And so I just want to say that she made it very clear that she had concerns, and then she was fired the next day after that when she brought up the concerns, and she also brought up the conflicts of interest with Al Guido being the president of the host committee, as well as negotiating on behalf of the stadium authority. So that's all very well documented. I don't think anyone can argue against it, but it sounds like this council is because, just because. So that is a fact, and I agree with that. All right. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. So FIFA is coming to City of Santa Clara in 2026. That's a fact. It's happening. And we will be making our lot of economic benefits in the city. A lot of hotels, a lot of economic activity will be there, a lot of sales tax revenue will be generated. But coming back to the second statement, the former city manager raised concern about the lack of information and potential risk the event could pose to the city stadium authority. And I have a copy of the resolution basically in front of me. And that resolution itself will contradict what is being said over here, basically. So here is the wording from the FIFA resolution passed by the council to protect the city. Whereas 2026 FIFA World Cup matches would be a Santa Clara Stadium Authority non-NFL event, and both the City of Santa Clara and Santa Clara Stadium Authority must be insulated from any financial losses in accordance with voter measure, approved Measure J. The Santa Clara Stadium taxpayer protection and economic progress and required in government guarantees requirements, respectively. So this resolution directly protects the city. Where does it say that we will be liable for all these expenses, all the potential risks? And I know Mayor Gilmore also wrote a letter in favor of it. Where does that letter cover that we will not be having any risk? Okay, please bring in FIFA, we don't have any risk. Why didn't that letter mention that there were risks to this thing, and so let's not have FIFA over here? The details will be coming forward. When we got the Super Bowl the particular day, the details followed. Like there will be following up on the details of mechanism, how we hold FIFA games over here. And this resolution is protecting the city of Santa Clara. So the premise that we are at risk of all these expenses is unfounded, and as such, I disagree with the assertion that we'll be at losses of that. Thank you.
All right. Recommendation 4A, City Attorney.
Recommendation 4A reads, the city/stadium authority should request that the 49ers provide a report on the status of the commitments made to the FIFA event. This recommendation should be implemented by February 1, 2023. Again, the four options in your response.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
So just to read the recommendation again, this recommendation should be implemented by February 1st, 2023. The FIFA event is in 2026. I don't know that there would be anything to report on here. Like I do agree that if there are things to report, we should do that. But to say that we have to implement this by 2023, I mean, that's gonna be a no from me. I think that if you want to engage me, perhaps I can go to a 3. But as it stands, I don't see the purpose in this. I don't know that the civil grand jury thought this through all the way.
Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Councilmember Park on this one. And the reason why is because it seems like when individuals on this council or individuals from staff at a certain period of time didn't want to have this go through or didn't want to follow through on this, let's do another report. Let's do another investigation. Let's do another audit. Let's do this. Let's do that. It seems like it's creating a mountain out of a molehill when really it was already clearly stated that we are not going to be liable for these kind of things. So I believe also the 49ers did provide that report in February of 2022. Yeah, sorry, I'm losing track of what year we're in already. But I'm pretty sure they already did that. So I don't know why we keep beating a dead horse when it just seems like it just wants to create another political narrative consistently that's going to end up affecting our city in the long run. And I think it basically adds more toxicity to our community too. So I'm going to disagree on this. Sorry, there's 1, 2, 3, or 4. I know I get lost on these numbers here. I'm going to say 4. The recommendation will not be implemented because it is not warranted or not reasonable with an explanation. I mean, it's already been explained, and it just seems like every time someone wants to get the answer that they want, let's do more investigations, more, studies, just to basically delay and convulge or ruin the process. So I'm going to say 4.
Councilmember Hardy?
I also going to say 4, and there's a specific reason. The World Cup is going on right now, and in another part of the world, and there is no way for us to be working specifically on this while the other event is still going on and has not even been completed or to even look at or even have a report. So that seems ridiculous to me. And the reality is, I'm going to respectfully disagree with the mayor. I wrote the resolution. I worked with Sue in the attorney's office to make certain everything was legal and correct. And it was a 6-0 vote with Councilmember Jane being, I think, in the Caribbean. So if there was really a problem, why did you vote yes?
Councilmember Jane? Vice Mayor Jane?
I guess a lot of stuff happens when I'm on a boat. Anyway, so the interesting thing about this is I agree that we should get regular status reports, not just one. But I think what they're asking for is just a status of the commitments made right now. But this event is, 4 years from now. So it doesn't actually talk about future commitments. So the statement, the recommendation is extremely vague in my mind. And it's like, what kind of commitments are we talking about? There's a lot of commitments. There's commitments to like parades and commitments to, the logo or whatever they're going to do. I mean, it's crazy how many commitments there are for a big event like this. So this recommendation is extremely vague, and we would need to narrow it down to the scope of what kind of public safety commitments or what kind of, city resource commitments. But just the fact of commitments that the 49ers have made is not acceptable in my mind. So I was going to say 2, but I'm going to go to 3, which requires more analysis.
All right, so when the 49ers made a proposal for the World Cup, they would have had to make commitments on behalf of the city of Santa Clara, similar to what happened with Super Bowl. But with Super Bowl, we were very involved with them in making the bid because the city had to make a load of commitments to have Super Bowl here. So what we were asking for from the 49ers was a report or a copy of the bid that they presented with all these commitments, and that has been withheld. We don't know what commitments they make, and they cannot make commitments on our behalf. But that seems to be something that we were not involved with at all. So this is absolutely necessary. I'm really surprised that the council is saying they don't want to get a status report on the commitments that were made on our behalf, because we need to know that. The Super Bowl book was about this big with all kinds of things that the city needed to do, the city needed to agree with, and the city workforce was committed as well. There's no way you can have, I don't know how many games we'll get, 1, 2 games, maybe 3, who knows, maybe not, because it's in 3 countries. But each of those games is like a Super Bowl. So it's going to be Super Bowl times 2 or 3 for Santa Clara. And I guess maybe sounds like I'm very much in a minority here to want to know what commitments did they make on our behalf, since we were not included at all in the bid preparation like we were with Super Bowl. They completely left us out. So I agree with 4A, strongly agree that we should have a report, we should have a copy of the bid and what commitments that were made on our behalf. A simple resolution, again, Councilmember Hardy, that was not written by you. A simple resolution is not going to protect us. There's going to be a ton of contracts that are going to be necessary for this, because it's going to be like multiple Super Bowls for a World Cup. So I say number 2, that it will be implemented, because we need to know. It's happening in 4 years, and it's not long enough. We need to know what they have committed. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you. The Qatar FIFA is going to start soon, probably, right? So the next one is in 4 years, like 4 plus some time right now. And as such, the recommendation is asking implement this thing by February 1, 2023. Wow, okay. So the issue is, when time comes, like, we should get this information. And I don't know when that time would be, when they get more implementation and more finalizing all the contracts. So I'll say we require some further analysis, and we need, at proper time, we should be having this thing. I'm not denying that, but is it possible to have it by February 1, 2023? Probably not, because these events required so much planning, so much back and forth between the organizations who are conducting these events. And as such, I would say number 3, and it can be requested down the line with the data, whatever coming forward, and we should have it at a proper time. Thanks.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely am going to go with number 2 also. Big surprise, but I agree with you on this one, Mayor. A resolution is not a legally binding document. You need a contract, and that is what is necessary, to protect the city, to see what exactly is being committed by the 49ers in terms of bringing this event to Santa Clara, and to have this recommendation implemented by February 1st, 2023, go to the Bay Area Host Committee. I'm sure they've been working on the contracts. They've been putting this together. So why can't we go to the Bay Area Host Committee and find out what exactly has been going on that the city of Santa Clara is being committed to, and use that to be able to respond to this finding. So I think the information is out there, and all we have to do is ask for it, and it should be provided, because this is something that's happening in our city and in a stadium that belongs to the people of Santa Clara. So, the information is out there, we can get it. So I don't see any reason why this can't be done. And so I will go with recommendation number 2, as I said. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, recommendation 4B.
Recommendation 4B reads, the city/stadium authority should evaluate if the FIFA event poses risks to the city/stadium authority, including specifically the risks outlined by the former city manager regarding security costs and the nature of declarations required of the host city.
Councilmember Becker?
Yeah. I'm going to say, I'm just going to go and say 3. And, sorry, recommendation requires further analysis. No, I'm going to say, I'm just going to go with 4. And the reason why I'm going to go with 4 is because we've already had the discussion about the risks. We already had the discussion about what the city manager had outlined and the security costs. We've already had this discussion during a council meeting, which is public record. So I'm really kind of surprised that the civil grand jury, when they say that they've done their due diligence and proper methodology, they didn't watch one of our council meetings. They didn't hear what we were talking about. They didn't hear the discussion that happened. So I'm going to say 4 because it's their homework and their job to watch these things and to hear what happens. So based on what I'm reading right here, seems like they didn't do their homework.
Councilmember Hardy?
Part of me could say 3 because we will be doing this down the road, but it seems foolish to go over again just concerns because we're going to have to start going into the details and the realities, and that's what we will be doing down the road. So I will say 4.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Jane? 4B. 4B.
4B, okay. Sorry. Okay. I actually agree with this, that the Stadium Authority should do this, so I would say 2.
I'm also going to say 2 because the bid was, it already exists. We just don't have a copy of it. So we can easily get a copy of the bid if requested and they agree to give it to us. Because they wouldn't have selected Levi Stadium in Santa Clara without an actual bid. And the bid includes all of those items that are discussed here. We just need to have a copy of it, and we don't have a copy of it, so we don't know what the declarations are, or the security costs, or anything for that matter. So I say number 2. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you. I'll say number 3 because the event is quite far off and there are a lot of planning and discussion to be gone through this thing, and we have a lot of room to work on it, and so I'll say number 3.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would also go with number 2. Again, the information is out there and it can be provided. A bid was submitted, and like you said, Santa Clara was chosen. And when the former city manager brought up all these concerns and requests, she got fired the next day. So there's obviously something behind all of that, and I think we have every right to find out exactly what is in those contracts. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
So I want several clarifications. I've got a question, which is when we talk about 49ers, should we actually be talking about Manco? I mean, I understand that there is some overlap, but they are slightly different organizations. Just clarification first.
I think we have to interpret the language as it's proposed in the report. And if you need clarification, that should be one of the reasons you may dispute the finding.
Understood. Okay.
Or you can make an assumption that it is Manco versus as opposed to 49ers and agree with the finding with that caveat.
Understood. So I also want to point out that it's not that the city was excluded from discussions. I think that the city chose not to participate. I think that's a major distinction that we should make. I think that, like we had many opportunities to join in on the process. I think that the problems within the council itself prevented several people from being more involved because, again, we would like to step back and not take everything on ourselves. But if the city and the city management wasn't going to get involved with the bid process, then I didn't feel it was the role of a city council person to step in place of the city, of city staff. So when we say that we were excluded, I don't think that that's a correct statement. For this recommendation, I do think that we should, at every step of the way, and this time it doesn't give a deadline on when this should be implemented, have reports on risks posed to the city and the Stadium Authority. So I'm going to go with 2.
Councilmember Becker, wait, did we start with you, Councilmember Becker? Okay, very good. Next is recommendation 4C. I'm not really sure about this one. City Attorney.
Recommendation 4C reads, "The city and stadium authorities should take no further action regarding FIFA until the information
Okay.
in 4A and 4B is made public."
Okay. Councilmember Hardy.
What they mean by no further action is not clear. If we're going to get information that you want to have, then you are going to have to take action to get that information. So the statement is contradictory to itself. So I would say 4 because the statement is contradictory.
Vice Mayor Jane.
It's good that Councilmember Hardy teaches computer science, because I think the same way. The fact that in recommendation 4B, we might be asking for some action to evaluate whether the FIFA event poses risks, this would tie our hands. We couldn't even do that. So I would have to say that just the way that it is written, at the best I could do 3, but I'm going to do 4, which is we're not going to implement this.
All right, I'm going to say number 2, it will be implemented because we shouldn't take any action whatsoever until the information, meaning the bid and what the commitments are, is made public. So we shouldn't take any action at all to provide anything until we have the full picture of what this is. And, you know, this is 3.5 years away because if maybe you all don't know, but it's in Qatar now just because it's later in the year. It's typically in the summer because of the weather. So it's 3.5 years away. And on Super Bowl, we started working at least 4 years in advance. So until we get the bid, which the host committee has and have not shared it with us, until we have the bid and that information, we should not take any further action on this. So I say number 2. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. I'll say number 4, same logic as Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Hardy. Thanks.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm going to go with number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so again, I'm looking at recommendations 4A and 4B, and we're looking at like not wanting to implement that. I mean, at some point, it doesn't make sense that we would not take action on things that will not happen until much later. And if we don't agree to do 4A at all, like we'd be waiting for something that's never going to happen. I also agree. I don't know what it means that when it says take no action. And I think that, again, in order to, there are a lot of, I'm going to call it boilerplate. There are lots of things that we could do that that are just part of the process that I don't think that we should put off because we're waiting for a resolution on 4A or 4B, which may not happen. I'm going to say 4. I could be convinced to do 3 perhaps, but the way that this is written and the way that I'm thinking about this in my head, it's got to be 4. I don't even see how we can do anything other than 4.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with my colleagues over here. I'm going to say 4 as well. And the reason why is because reading this, it just seems like it's deja vu all over again. It's just trying to basically slow down a process. Sour grapes, if someone didn't get their way, pigeonholed evidence. It doesn't make any sense to me. And it just seems like it's a way to compromise the situation, to delay it, to then all of a sudden now we can't get the FIFA World Cup and we might lose it. Yeah, it just seems it's very tedious. So I'm going to say 4.
All right, Finding 5, City Attorney?
So group 5 relates to assertions about operational tours and gifts and the city's gift policy. There's one finding, finding 5, and then there's 3 recommendations, 5A, B, and C, okay?
Okay.
Finding 5 reads, quote, "The city/stadium authority has a protocol for initiating and completing operational tours of Levi Stadium. Several council members have not used this protocol and have conducted operational tours on game days, which has raised concerns about whether these council members have accepted gifts in violation of the Political Reform Act and city policy. These actions have also created the appearance of a lack of transparency, which has fostered distrust between city council members toward the city staff and, most importantly, with the residents of the city. With respect to this finding, staff recommends that the council direct staff to provide a response as to the first sentence. If we could highlight that, it says the city/stadium authority has a protocol for initiating and completing operational tours of Levi Stadium. Thank you.
All right. So we just give our opinion on sentence 2 forward on that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, I don't really know why we single out the stadium in this. There are lots of types of operational tours. There are operational tours of Great America. There are operational tours of, in fact, some of the union halls. I know I saw Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe at a tour of the opening of the new electrical training hall in San Jose. And I recently took an operational tour of the Carpenters Union Hall in Morgan Hill. Today I was supposed to take a tour of the sheet metal training center. So I don't know how we need to single this out specifically if they're operational tours. So I know that this is in the hands of the FPPC, and we're waiting for a ruling by the FPPC. It didn't exactly make sense for the grand jury to take this on, so I'm going to disagree.
All right. I'm going to agree with this. And first of all, I don't think going to a union hall is a ticketed event. But I do believe going to the stadium during NFL games are ticketed events. And when you buy a ticket, but you either get your ticket upgraded for an all-access pass, or you actually come in without a ticket and receive an all-access pass during games and other things, that it has the appearance that you are accepting gifts. Whether you are or not is another issue, but it does have the appearance for our public. We have had operational tours of Levi Stadium, and it was a noticed council meeting that was noticed to the public participated and everything else, and we had to leave before the event started. So I know this is in the hands of the FPPC, but this is very similar to what happened, one of the issues with Sheriff Lori Smith when she bought a ticket to an event and had an upgrade, and that was one of the actions of her legal problems. But I think at the end of the day that it's an issue for our residents if you're shown on the field at kickoff on Monday Night Football on a quote-unquote operational tour, but yet you don't tell our city staff and our people that are actually operating the stadium that you're coming or that you're there for a tour. I just think that the appearance alone is an issue. So I think that I find it a problem, so I agree with this finding. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is another cherry picking we can do, basically. So I have not heard of any protocol of initiating operational tour. If there is one in black and white, I would love to see that. I've not seen it since I've been on the council for almost 4 years. If there is one, I would love to have a copy of that. Secondly, we have given a report that we were there we were not there to watch the game. We were there to watch the operations of the stadium during a game day. And it will happen while the game is going on. While the game was going on, we were all behind the scene. We were not even in the visibility of the stadium, of the game, basically. So there is no question that we went there to watch the game. Nothing. And lack of trust from the residents. During this election, I spoke to so many of the residents, and they were ridiculing the fact that how a particular false media translates this operational tour into something tickets for that game. And most of them agreed to that. And that was so ridiculous of media, what we throw into the media. Okay, let's make a point out of it, basically. And when I sent a city attorney's opinion to that blog, he never published it. And I mentioned in the email, I know you will not publish it, and he did not. So we took a city attorney's opinion, city attorney office opinion, and they clearly mentioned that this was an operational tour, basically. So, and operational tour under FPPC regulation 18942, 1.c. And this is how the things are twisted one way or the other. Let's get them one way or the other. So I don't know how, when we'll start taking out politics out of the regular procedural matters, when as a board member, we have to do our fiduciary duties on these things. So I fully disagree with it. And as mentioned, it is under FPPC, is looking into it. And if FPPC comes back that, hey, you have to pay the ticket, of course we will pay whatever the FPPC directs us to, or we contest whatever it is. But just because it's undergoing a process and civil grand jury will indict you, oh, you did this thing wrong, wherever. Even civil grand jury did not see probably the city attorney office note on this one. So it is very misleading, and as such, I say I disagree with it.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I agree with this finding. I know it's been discussed in the council meeting. When we had an operational tour before the U2 concert, it was a properly noticed meeting. All the council members received tickets and to enter the stadium to indicate that we were, part of a party. There were residents that attended the meeting before we entered the stadium, because then it was considered closed session. And so there was a protocol that was used to just be, again, open and transparent. And we left the stadium before the concert started. And so it was, like I said, it was a perfectly open and transparent event. And in what happened in two cases where council members visited or attended operational tours at the stadium, in one case, there no tickets have been produced. There's an appearance of their attendance there being gifts, and they also, when you talk about the distrust that's been fostered, and not just with city council members, but the residents of the city, because the day after they attended this football game, Monday Night Football, and were lobbied during the game. The next day, a vote or a motion was made to to change the curfew at the stadium. And this was the day after these council members visited and were lobbied at the stadium. So the optics are very concerning, and so it's why we need to have a protocol in place. So for these operational tours, like we did before the U2 concert, to keep everything open and transparent, and the city staff knows what's going on, and there are no questions asked. There are no questions about the optics. So I fully agree with this finding. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so as someone who never took an operational tour, and as someone who did not vote to change the curfew, I find it really difficult. I asked about this too, and I was told that the operational tours that were given were very similar to operational tours, maybe not every single operational tour, but operational tours that were given to individual former council members in the past. And I mean, the question is, it's an operational tour. I don't see how you can do an operational tour when the stadium is not in operation. I'm kind of jealous that you got to go to a concert for an operational tour. I mean, to me, a concert's a little bit more exciting than a football game. I'm not really a football fan myself. I would love to get an operational tour of every single type of event that we go there. And I also think that it's on operational tours like this that you see what would benefit the operation of the stadium. For example, like relaxation of the curfew or something like that. And again, I did not vote for that. I actually voted with Councilmember Watanabe and Mayor Gilmore on that. Not part of a voting block. I'm not even part of their voting block. Again, I feel like there's a lot of things that are, a lot of other entities that are looking into this. I do also question why the civil grand jury took this on when there is another arm that can look into this, that has it's been reported to, which I think is the appropriate place for this to go. I'm kind of curious to see how we'll go about the recommendations, but I'm going to disagree with this. I mean, from everything I've heard, this is consistent with what former council members have done in the past. Maybe not every single operational tour. I would think that operational tours are very different depending on who goes as well, and depending on the types of events. And I can't agree that the accusations are true. So I'm going to disagree with this. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I think Vice Mayor Jean said it a little bit ago about devil's in the details. It is in the details, because here in finding number 5, it says this: the Stadium Authority has a protocol for initiating operational tours. Yet Councilmember Watanabe just a few minutes ago just said we need a protocol in place. So what is it? Do we have a protocol? Do we not have a protocol? We don't know. The thing is that I was never told that there was a protocol. In fact, when I asked Deanna Santana about this, the former city manager, about going on a tour, there was no protocol. There was no discussion. In fact, they warned against it. They told me that is something that you probably shouldn't do. Well, I'm sorry, just because you don't agree doesn't mean that that's the rule. The rule is we are council members. We are 7 members here, and we are the ones who manage this stadium. So when we decided to go on an operational tour, myself and Councilmember Vice Mayor Jane, we did it because of this one reason. We haven't been on that operational tour during a game or a concert or any of those issues because the stadium was closed because of COVID. It was our first opportunity to go on an operational tour. So I was denied, but here it comes down to this too. Why would I pay for an all-access pass to tour a stadium that I manage, that you manage, that every one of us on this dais manages? Why would we pay an operational tour like that? The thing is this, it gets a little twisted, if you ask me. First, we have 2 council members here that are accused for not paying for their tickets to go to an operational tour. That is the first accusation. There's another accusation that we have gotten repeatedly, myself and Councilmember Jane, is, oh yes, they paid for their tickets, but they didn't pay enough. It's kind of like the old saying of the little children's book, if you give a mouse a cookie, it's going to want a glass of milk. Well, it seems like certain individuals on this council or former staff members, you just try to find more and more reasons to contradict what we were trying to do, because we were trying to do our job and take an operational tour. In fact, on the operational tour that I did pay my ticket for, I got to see all the operations behind the scenes. Guess when I got to get actually to my seat in the nosebleeds? It was in the 4th quarter. And I said, well, I'm not going to drive home during the 4th quarter to only come back at the end to watch end of game of operations. No, I met my brother at his seat. We paid for our seats, which was in the nosebleeds. I waited until the 4th quarter was over, and then I watched the end of operations tour. Simple. So when we say that the grand jury is saying there's a protocol initiating this, well, Councilmember Watanabe just contradicted herself by saying that there needs to be a protocol in place. The fact is that we have every right as council members to tour that stadium. And the fact that we were micromanaged, not only by staff, but by 2 members of this city council, just says everything, that it's a political theater and a tool to use against us, either in elections or in this dais or something like that. So again, why would I pay for an all-access pass when we are on an operational tour? And the thing is that Councilmember Jane, or Vice Mayor Jane and I, we both paid for our tickets because we wanted to avoid this issue. Yet as soon as we paid for it, we didn't pay enough. Or we're trying to get discounted tickets. Oh, they just did it just to follow the protocol. Well, what is it? What Councilmember Hardy and Chahal did, that's wrong? Or is it what Councilmember Jane and I did is wrong? Neither are wrong, because we took initiative and took a tour of our stadium, because as council members, myself included, was never allowed to go on this tour of the stadium because there was a thing called COVID. We didn't have games at the stadium. So
Is this agree or disagree?
it's a disagree,
Okay.
because I basically come down to another factor, which is I asked the chief of police that I wanted a tour of all police operations, because I already had the stadium operations. I already had the concert operations tour, which I also paid for my ticket there too. Now I wanted the police operations tour. Guess what the police chief told me? No. Well, I thought I'm allowed to have operational tours. So then maybe we should have police operational tours for every single council member here, because it seems like I hear a bunch of complaints that the police are not watching the neighborhoods. Well, I want to watch what's going on. I want to know what's going on. No operational tour from the police. So I want an explanation for that too. So I'm going to strongly disagree with this, because we do not have a protocol in place. The grand jury falsely accuses this right here. Councilmember Watanabe, again, I will state it again, stated on the record just minutes ago that we need a protocol in place. You can't change that. So I strongly disagree with this, because this is just another tedious process, because they did not want us to go on an operational tour of the stadium. This is, again, literally a political football. And frankly, we're just upset with that.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I'm going to also disagree with the finding, shocker. But I also do not know of any protocol. Nothing was told, nothing is in writing. We have seen nothing. And Councilmember Chahal and I, because I fought the stadium, I stayed away from it and did not understand it and felt I needed to see the operation of the stadium. And I've had several residents say, thank you for going and understanding what you're in charge of. I don't know how you can have tickets when you were going. We walked across the field, we went up into the operations, we talked with and watched a lot of the operations over the traffic, then the situation room. We were taken to the press box area where you have to be really quiet because they're crabby. We were taken down to the food. We went and talked. We were down in the jail when they said, I'm so sorry. We were seeing part of that. You'll need to leave. We've got to bring somebody down here. So I don't know how you can buy tickets for having an operational tour. There isn't such a thing. And the reality is we had to have an escort with us everywhere we went. They offered us food. We turned it down. We were there 4 hours. We did accept a bottle of water. Maybe I should pay for the bottle of water. That was it. So we needed to see how the sweep after the game, because they do a security sweep, and we wanted to see how the traffic was handled. That's the things that a council member who owns a stadium and has a fiduciary responsibility to understand it would do. I only needed to do it once. It's done. That's it. And I couldn't even have, it wasn't a ticket because we didn't have seats.
All right, 5A, please, City Attorney.
So recommendation 5A says, quote, "The city/stadium authority should adopt a policy and outline procedures for elected and appointed officials to conduct operational tours of the stadium. This document should be published on the city's website to properly inform the public. This recommendation should be implemented by February 1, 2023.
All right, I'm starting with that. Yes, I agree. That should happen.
I
Councilmember
thought
Chala.
I was, oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay. So we do not have a policy. That's the problem. We do not have a protocol. That's the problem. And we need something like that. But before that, something was mentioned about by Councilmember Watanabe, that after having operational tour, next day we made a decision about curfew. I would request Nora, can you please put the second slide I sent to you, please? Let me give some justifications of that, now that it has been pointed out. Number one? Yeah. So going back to June 21, 2018, the council, only 2 members of the council were at that time and on this dais, Mayor Gilmore and Councilor Watanabe. There was so much hue and cry, political noise. That noise is the biggest factor in North Side, and as such, nobody wants a curfew there. Everybody wants a curfew. No event should take place, and that's what was happening. Since 2016, 2017, no event was being held over there, although executive director had the power to relax the curfew, but that council took that power away, and they said you cannot hold any event, no relaxation in the curfew. So what happened? So that council implemented this, asked the experts, EMC Research, the Lew Edward Group, PDC Public Dialogue Consortium, to go and have a detailed survey of the stadium vicinity so that we can find out what are the main issues related to the stadium are and how we can fix it. So I won't go into the details, but I'll touch base 2 more slides on this thing, and then we'll come to a conclusion why we voted for the curfew on that particular day. Next screen, please. So this survey, I'm not sure how much we spent. If city manager knows about it, no, yeah, you were not there. Probably thousands of dollars, right? So this survey clearly mentioned citywide voters near neighbors. Number 8, noise from the events at the night, which was a number 1 problem as far as my two colleagues, Mayor Gilmore as well as Councilman Watanabe. This was a scientific survey, very scientific survey, and this mentioned only 31% of the residents, citywide voters, and 36% nearby neighbors, they, as per them, noise was number 8 issue. Number 1 is traffic, parking in the neighborhood, littering, so this was number 8 problem. And can we go to the next screen?
We're on operational tour. What does this have to do with operational tour?
Because your council member Watanabe mentioned that because of that operational tour, I voted for curfew.
Yeah.
And I want to correlate that, why I voted for the curfew.
Oh, but we don't have time to go through all this. You've been through
If
this
somebody
before.
accuses me, don't let me.
She's saying you
let me-
voted for it, not why you voted for it. So
Why?
I'd like to
So
stick
should
with
I-
the grand jury report.
Should I accept Councilman Watanabe's reason that I
told
voted
you
for it because I went on operational
Everybody
tour?
has a right to their own opinion, and we're not here to argue everyone's opinion.
No,
Just give us your own opinion.
This is my opinion, and this is what I'm presenting, basically.
Please hurry so we can get through the grand jury report.
Yes, this is part of grand jury report. This is, again, part of it. So the curfew, that same group asked the residents, and this was in 2018, asked the residents, would you be able to give 3 to 4 exceptions per year? And here's the sport. 56% of the residents in the vicinity of the stadium, they said, yes, we can give you 3 to 4 exceptions. Opposed, 25%. Neutral, 19. 2 to 3 exceptions per summer. Sport, 60%. Opposed, 24. Neutral, 16. And my idea when I came to the council, why this report is not being implemented, why the previous council, when they got this report, why this was note and file. Why this report, when we spent hundreds and thousands of dollars on this one, why this was not reported? Why this was not implemented? So this report clearly mentions 5 to 7 curfew day relaxations has been advised by the consultants, by the experts. And when this did not suit that council, they just note and file, close the file, let's not even talk about it. And that's what it was happening, not to talk even about it. So my reasoning, I wish I could have, we were not even in a majority to get this back sooner, basically. Otherwise, we would not have lost money since 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and this is the 22, 23 is the first year we will be making money. And this is the one primary reason we will be making that money on the stadium. And this is the prime reason I voted for relaxation of the curfew, not the operational tour. I just want to let Councilor Watanabe know about it. These were the reason, and
Okay, can
you
we
should
go
have
back
voted
to
too.
5A?
You should have voted too, based on this
Excuse
report.
me, again, that's your reason. You came up with that reason, that's fine. But how are you voting on 5A?
5A, I said yes,
we
we
move
should
on,
have.
please?
We
Okay.
should have a policy.
You
And-
agree?
And we should have a policy,
Okay.
and it should be defined, it should be black and white, and every council member should be
Thank you.
aware of that.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think based on this recommendation, that it shows that there is no policy, there is no protocol in place, and that's why the grand jury is making this recommendation. I obviously agree with it, and so I am going to go with number 2. Thank you very much.
It's agree or disagree on this one?
Oh, I agree.
Yeah,
I
okay.
definitely agree.
Councilmember Park.
No, it's a recommendation.
Oh, it is a recommendation.
Recommendation.
Wait, recommendation, yes. You go with number 2.
2.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you. And Councilmember Chahal, which?
Number
did you
2.
go? You went with
Number
number
2,
2.
yes.
Okay. Councilmember Park.
So, again, I just find it odd that we have a council member who said there was a policy in place and now is admitting
Can we
that there
stick
isn't
with,
a policy in
I'm
place.
going to ask the council that instead of attacking other council members, just tell us how you feel.
Oh, it's not an
about
attack. I'm saying that I'm confused at what just happened. So, again, if I were attacking, you would know it because I relish those. But anyway, I just find it hard to say that. My problem with that, like, I wholeheartedly agree that we should adopt a policy and outline procedures for elected and appointed officials to conduct operational tours of not just the stadium, but of everything, anything that could possibly be viewed in the eyes of residents as being a gift. Like, I don't know, we have water treatment plants, and I don't know if I took an operational tour of a water treatment plant, that would be seen as a gift to me. Like, I don't know. Maybe there should be something that if you have to go see a sewage treatment plant, like, they pay us to go. I mean, just think about that. My biggest concern, however, is not that we should have or should not have protocol in place. We should definitely have protocols in place. But my concern is the February 1st, 2023 date. And I guess I want to, if we accept something, if we say 2, it will be we will implement this by time certain, but the recommendation says should be implemented by February 2023. How does that work? Because I'm willing to pursue looking into protocols. I'd like to make it a little bit wider and look into all the places where we could possibly be gifted with operational tours. And I'd like to give staff enough time to make it a good protocol and not leave it to this February 1st, 2023 artificial date set by the civil grand jury. I don't know if you have any direction there.
Is that a question for?
Yes, meaning that I'm willing to.
So do we have other places that charge money to attend, like ticketed events? That would be one, Great America. If we're doing an operational tour of Great America, you have to buy a ticket, but I don't think you have to buy a ticket to go to a water treatment plant or anything like that. So
Mayor, based on just your comment,
Yes.
I mean, it's not going to be that straightforward like a new policy or a procedure. Here it is, let's implement it. We'll have to look at various facilities and how to. So I agree, February 1 is not doable, even if you were to direct us to do it.
But is number 2, does that obligate you by February? No, it doesn't. I didn't think number 2 did.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, number
So-
2 doesn't.
Okay, so number 2 would be appropriate. It doesn't put a specific date on it. It just says we're going to do it,
At
right?
some point, we should have a date.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, the question was, does it obligate you by February? Because that would be impossible for us to do. Okay, so number 2 is just, we will do it at a,
Date.
okay, all right.
Okay,
Councilmember
and
Park?
again, I think that for the purposes of this grand jury report, I mean, we should definitely have it for Levi Stadium, but I would like the protocol to cover, all. I would like to be more inclusive than what's being asked for here.
So 1, 2, 3, or 4?
I will say 2.
All right, Councilmember Becker.
Madam Mayor, may I interrupt real quick?
Yes.
What was yours, because you didn't give,
2.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Newsflash, stop the presses. There's no policy. There's no policy. So, grand jury, get on the phone. There's no policy. And right now, I feel that there should be some simple, straightforward policy that you either let staff know, you let the 49ers know, whoever you work through. That's how we did it. When I approached City Manager Santana and I said, Deanna, I want to go on an operational tour. Oh, I highly advise against that. I said, well, is there any policy, anything that I have to go through? No. Nothing. In fact, I informed her that I would go. I'm going to be there January 2nd for the Houston Texans game. She said, okay, we'll let staff know ahead of time. Simple, easy, said as done. Could be as straight as black and white. So I'm going to say number 2. Let's put a simple policy forward that says you let the 49ers know, you let our staff know that you're going to be there for those operational tours. And in fact, we've pretty much a majority of us, except for Councilmember Park, has gone on that operational tour. I mean, I don't know if we need another operational tour coming up again, since this has been our first. But for future council members, let's have that straightforward, clear as day policy where they're not going to get accused or in trouble or any accusations for going on an operational tour. So I'm going to say, yeah, let's do number 2. Let's have that clear policy because, frankly, the truth has just come out. And you could put that on every blog you want. You could put that on every
Councilmember
podcast
Hardy,
you want.
can we move on, please? Councilmember Hardy.
Okay, just a moment here. This is our only moment we get to talk about these things. And until midnight. So this is our opportunity to finally clear the record to say that there is no operational tour policy. The grand jury got it wrong. That's the news flash. That's the truth. What we're going to do is we're going to implement a policy so future council members will not be accused of any wrongdoing, including these members here, including the mayor and Councilmember Watanabe, myself, and so on. We want to make sure we have an ironclad policy. And I'm 100% behind that. Let's go with 2.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I just want a clarification. So the difference between 2 and 3, 3 just means we need more information and we will look at it within 6 months. 2 means it has to get done within a date certain.
Correct.
Well, I'll say 3 because I think we need to be real clear on it because I know for Bosca that we have taken tours of Hetch Hetchy and stayed overnight at a cabin that you can only stay at if you're a director. So I think we need a little more information if we're going to keep it very focused on just the stadium or if it's going to be all of it. So I'm going to say 3.
City Attorney. Oh, Vice Mayor Chang.
Yeah, it's becoming clear that somehow the grand jury was misled. They were given the impression that there was a protocol, but then they contradict themselves in the recommendation. They said the city should adopt a policy and outline procedures. So it's like, which one are you talking about? Is there or is there not a protocol? I don't understand what the grand jury. So I think Councilmember Becker explained his experience. Let me explain mine. I never watch football. I have no interest in football. When I was offered this tour, I rode my bike there. I bought a ticket because I saw the trouble that Councilmember Hardy and Chahal were in. So I bought a ticket. I bought the cheapest ticket I could. I went on the tour. I spent the whole time, as Councilmember Becker said, it was probably tour lasted until the 4th quarter. We got to see the medical facility. We got to see the jail. We got to see the public safety. We got to see the buffets. And that was eye-opening to me because there is litigation over buffets, and I had no idea until you see that to understand what it is there. And then as soon as the tour was done, I got on my bicycle and I rode home. I did not watch any of the game except sort of peripherally while they were explaining how things worked. So this is like jaywalking. If you don't really have a clear enforcement policy, then jaywalking, and I'm glad that they finally got rid of it, it can be misused. It can be applied racially or it could be applied anyway if there is not a clear-cut policy and there's not a clear-cut procedure for enforcing. So it's clear that there was no protocol. I was never notified of any type of protocol for doing this tour, and so that is my experience there. So in this case, I'm going to accept number 2, that we should have, so we don't get into the jaywalking situation where people will randomly be accused of something that they didn't know about. Number 2.
All right. City Attorney, 5B.
Recommendation 5B says, quote, "The consequence for not adhering to the proper protocols for operational tours should result in an evaluation whether the City of Santa Clara Council policy manual, admonition, and censure policy should be invoked."
Councilmember Chahal.
I'm a bit confused, like we don't have a protocol operation policy. So if we don't have that, how can we go to the next step, basically? So it all depends upon when we come up with the policy, and that policy will define the details of that. So for this one, I'll say 4, And 5A will define all these details, actually. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, no, I agree with the recommendation, and I'm just going to go ahead and agree with the recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Again,
me-
it says the consequence for not adhering to the proper protocols for operational tours should result in an evaluation whether the City of Santa Clara City Council Policy Manual, Admonition and Censure Policy should be invoked. And again, we just established that there was no policy. So it doesn't seem that the recommendation, the basis of this recommendation is valid. So the only thing I can do is say, no, completely disagree with this.
All right.
Mayor?
Councilmember, yes.
If I may, just to clarify, when someone says they agree with the recommendation, I'm going to treat it as a response number 2.
Number 2, right.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to say 4 then, if
All right.
that helps.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. So I'm going to say number 4. And the reason why I'm going to say number 4 is because I'm reading the consequence for not adhering to the proper protocols. I mean, it sounds very draconian that we're going this direction, that we're going to punish somebody because they didn't know, or maybe they didn't know that there's a policy, which there was no policy. So I don't see consequences being a reprimand. I see if you want to go on a tour, you're going to talk to people. If you go on a tour without the consent of the council or the consent of the policy, there's no reason for that. There shouldn't be any punishment unless you're going and you pay for your ticket. That's, I think, should be an issue, and that should have an investigation. But there shouldn't be any consequences. It should be a straightforward policy, no punishment. So I'm going to say 4.
Councilmember Hardy.
I'm also going to say 4 because we don't have we don't have proper protocols. We don't have any protocols, and it's on a false premise once again. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jane.
I'm going to invoke jaywalking again. The reason is that we have 030s from members of the public to admonish or censure council members for like random things. We had lots of times when people wanted to censure Councilmember Kolstad and Mahan. Times when they wanted to censure council members Hardy and Chahal for some of their votes. I mean, it's ridiculous how this can turn into some sort of nuclear war, lobbing missile attacks on each side when you have a faction on the council. It's ridiculous how we go through these censure things. Any random person in the audience can invoke censure. So I am going to invoke jaywalking because it is really very unclear when this would be invoked and how it should be implemented. So I'm going to say number 4.
All right. I'm going to say number 2, that we should have that implemented because, you know, a lot of this resulted in the fact that we have, we own the stadium, and the tickets to go to the games are very expensive. And when we're in negotiations and lawsuits with our managers at the stadium, yet council members decided to go take these operational tours, either didn't buy tickets and received all access passes, or bought cheap tickets and got all access passes and got a benefit of the operational tour during high profile NFL games. It doesn't look right. And I'm actually surprised and shocked that this council here doesn't recognize the fact that the optics are bad, that you are getting a benefit that a member of the public cannot get. And we're in litigation. Either the city wasn't notified that you were coming out there, or the manager recommended against you doing those things, but yet it still happened. I just think that any public official would be very leery to do anything like that without fear of the optics, showing that it wasn't proper to do those kinds of things. If you truly wanted, I think one council member said, oh, I was offered an operational tour. But if you truly wanted an operational tour, it would have been the most beneficial to let the city staff know that you wanted an operational tour, and the whole council should then be offered the operational tour. It should be publicly noticed like our one and only operational tour was. And just to correct the record, it was before the concert. We were told that we had to leave the premises before the event actually started. So we didn't get the benefit of hearing any music. But it was properly noticed. The public was invited. When we actually did the operational tour of the stadium, it was closed session because of the security issues and other sensitive issues that were happening. But everybody was offered the tour. We all heard the same thing. It was conducted by our city staff, our police department, Public Works. It was conducted by our stadium authority, not the 49ers. So I think that, going forward, that maybe our council members went with the best of intentions, but it just the optics are terrible. And I think that, when we do have protocols, for me, it was common sense. Like, you would just not do that, but people did it. And, other politicians have gotten in lots of trouble for doing those kinds of things. So me personally, I would avoid that. But the fact of the matter is that if and when we do have a protocol, because obviously, I guess it isn't common sense, we need a protocol to tell people you just don't do these things unless you follow these protocols. But if you don't follow the protocol, there should be some consequences. So I agree with this finding, so I would say number 2. Okay, 5C.
Recommendation 5C reads, the city should hire an independent consultant to evaluate and publicly report on whether council members have violated city policy number 050, gifts to appointed and elected officials. This recommendation should be implemented by February 1, 2023.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So based on this recommendation, city manager, it sounds like this is requiring the city to hire an independent consultant and have a report ready by February 1st, 2023. Is that something that staff feels is achievable, or is I agree with this recommendation. I guess maybe in determining whether or not it can be accomplished would determine whether I pick 1, 2, or 3, or 4.
City manager?
Oh, thank you,
I don't
Mayor.
know. Yeah, if you
Well,
can answer this.
if I just put the blinders on and answer that question,
Right.
the answer is no. It cannot be done by February 2023. But you need to have a discussion whether it's even needed or not, so.
Okay. So my answer is yes, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
So now we're getting to something that I just thought about, which is the narrative throughout this civil grand jury report has been the 49er 5, and I never got an operational tour. So that's the first thing that I want to say. I think that there's a problem there, like the narrative that they're saying, they can't just flip it back and forth to say, well, now it's these two, now it's these, now it's this. I think that the civil grand jury report is going to is actually going to make findings and not just, have opinions. Then we ought to be at least somewhat consistent. And I know it says some members, but I think that the narrative throughout this report is 49 or 5, saying that it's a city council voting block. And I'm not part of the operational tour group. And there is no city council voting block, except perhaps a voting block of 2. So that's my first concern. The second thing is, if there is, at some point, I think that Mayor Gilmore stated it exactly right, which is, if you wanted an operational tour, it is beneficial to let staff know. But I think I just heard Councilmember Becker saying that he did inform staff, and staff didn't step up to put a protocol in place. I think this is, kind of, and if we talk about, well, did they follow a protocol or not? There was no protocol in place. I think that the council members, given no direction, tried to look at the optics and say, well, this is what we're going to do. I think that, people have been saying that, oh, they got to watch a football game for free. And it doesn't sound like or they got to see a concert. Or I don't know what they got to see because I wasn't there. Kind of hurt, but not really. But I'm saying that it wasn't a tour. It wasn't a game that they went to watch. It was not a concert that they went to watch. It was an operational tour. In the same way that if I go to, a data center, I'm not going there to enjoy looking at servers. I'm going there for a purpose. I also feel that, right, it seems like common sense, but optics are bad. The optics are bad only because we're making the optics look bad. At some point, the fact that I'm a council member gives me a lot of privileges that the public does not get. For example, I get to sit here on the dais. I don't think that that's something that, I have to pay for. I'm already paying for it in time. And if you don't believe me, ask my daughter, ask my wife. But I'm saying that, we need to stop having this narrative. We talk about not having a tax, but I feel like these statements are just empty statements. So for this recommendation, it says to evaluate and public report with a council member. I don't think that there was a violation, right? I think that we need to redefine, and once we get a definition of what an operational tour is and how an operational tour should be done, and I'd like to thank our independent cameraman for coming back after a couple hours. Kind of reminds me of that scene in Real Genius where the students are just recording, they're going to class, and pretty soon, they have one recorder, a student decides just to leave, so they leave a recorder. And then pretty soon, more and more students are leaving recorders because they just want to record the lecture. And I think the final scene that's kind of funny is... Are
we on the grand jury report?
Oh, yeah, but point of personal privilege. Because I really like this story. It's that the final scene is the entire classroom is filled with tape recorders. And for people in the audience, that's what we used to use to record things. And the teacher also had his own recorder. So he had his recorder in the front with speakers, and that you had the speaker system recording. It's just a funny scene. It just reminded me of that. Thank you very much. It's a very good memory. But I'm going to say, number 4, I completely disagree with this. We don't have a protocol. We don't have anything in place. Once we've defined what that protocol is, perhaps we can retroactively go back and say that this is a violation, but it doesn't look like there's a violation if there's no rule to violate.
Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, so when I read the words independent consultant, that's just another term for more tax dollars to point fingers. That's all I see. More reason for taxpayer dollars to be used for political vendettas. The fact is that we have a thing called 700 forms that we have to report on. And in fact, we want to follow the rules so much that myself, Councilmember Hardy, and Councilmember Chahal over here at the World Cup dinner We were literally standing in line paying for our dinner while people like Cindy Chavez, Lieutenant Governor, Sam Liccardo, a few other people that were major elected officials, including the mayor of San Francisco, were all eating their dinner without paying a bill. We paid our bill. And when people said, "What are you doing?" I said, "We are paying our bill." And they go, "Mr. Becker, do you know you are being played?" And I go, "Yeah, I know I'm being played, but I'm transparently proving to the people, to my council, that I'm following the rules. Even if it means they still accuse me of doing wrongdoing." We paid for our dinner. Those receipts are online. They've been public record requests so many times, but it seems like every time we give the public record request, people forget about it. People don't want to, the facts interfere with the lie. So that's the thing that I want to point out, the biggest thing. You know, it's better to ask permission to then, I guess, ask for forgiveness is the saying. That's why I asked permission and why I talked about going on one of these tours. Why I wanted to do a tour. So I asked permission first. And I asked about a protocol, which there was none. But when we look at this independent consultant to see if we're violating, it's just another term, again, for wasting taxpayer money to create political vendettas. Again, why was it that we sat here in line paying our bill, looking kind of stupid to all these other elected officials who are like scratching their head like, what is up with Santa Clara? And I'm like, what is up with the rest of the, I mean, if we're going to do this, let's put the whole system on trial. Let's put every elected official on trial that was over at that event to see if that they paid the right proper price and if they put it on their 700 form. But it seems like the only ones that care about it are right here in this room. The public never brings this stuff up to me because guess what? It's a norm. It's a norm. So I'm going with 4. And the reason why I'm going with 4 is because, again, it is a waste of our taxpayer money to do this when you should be following the rules yourself, being ethical. Because remember, we took an oath of office when we were sworn in to uphold the Constitution of the United States, our city charter, and our state of California Constitution. So those are the ethics right there. But again, where's the benefit in this? Where is the benefit? Because frankly, me, Councilmember Hardy, and Councilmember Chahal sitting there paying our bill shows that we are upstanding elected officials, making sure that our public knows that we are accountable, that we are transparent, and we have nothing to hide. Nothing to hide. So again, it's better to ask permission than for forgiveness. And what we did was we followed the protocols. We asked permission. We asked to pay our bill, which people still scratch their heads looking at us. Why? We did it. But it comes down to, you know, yes, the optics are bad, but optics are bad for everything else. It could be optics of writing letters to a governor. It could be optics of basically telling people how to operate their council duties. We follow the protocols. We follow the rules. That's why I'm going to go with number 4. Because frankly, this is just another way of wasting taxpayer money to fight other people's political vendettas.
Councilmember Hardy?
I also am going to go with 4, and Councilmember Becker is right. We got laughed at that we sat and paid for our dinner, and we didn't care. We did it anyway because we wanted to make certain that it was clear that we were not being paid off to do anything. And it was an expensive dinner. And then we paid for lunch the next day as well. We have receipts for all that. They gave us merchandise. We paid for it. There's your reality. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jane?
This is all being covered already by the FPPC. I imagine the cost of an independent consultant would probably be more than all access passes to the stadium. But the interesting thing about this is that apparently some people really don't have any consideration for the city's budget We're in a $27 million deficit, and there are people filing hundreds of PRA requests, including one particular person that has cost the city tens of thousands of dollars against me, and so far, nothing's come of it. It's wasted hundreds of hours of my time to do that. I comply, but yeah, we can keep doing this and keep wasting money, but the FPPC is already handling this. My recommendation is 4.
I would be interested in number 2, because I think that what's being lost here is all the ethical issues about our city council and what we do and the gifts that we receive and what's reported and what is not reported. And I think that we should be above all of this to show that if you truly have nothing to hide, and we truly want to show our public that we are putting the city above the needs and wants and desires of any special interest group, that that we would be beyond reproach. So I would say I would go with number 2. I think that it's difficult at times for our attorney's office to be looking at these kinds of things because we appoint the city attorney, no matter who it is. I'm not saying specifically this city attorney, but I would be interested in an independent consultant attorney to evaluate what has happened here, to show our community and our public that they can trust us, that we're doing the ethical thing, and again, putting the city interests above our own personal interests and event attending or whatever we're doing. So I would say number 2. All right. Finding number 6.
Mayor and Council, before I get to that.
I'm left.
Oh, you're left?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
You were, we're on 5C. I'm sorry, I apologize. Councilmember
No
Hall.
problem, no problem. So I heard Mayor Gilmore's hypocrisy just a few minutes back.
Name calling is really not appropriate.
Okay, so what happened was you mentioned that every council member should have been offered the tour. It should have been transparent to the council. Everything should be mentioned. I think, let me go back 2019. You took a tour of, not local, you took a tour of ISMO. And none of the council members knew that yourself and Councilmember Debbie Davis are going to ISMO. Councilmember Hardy is here. She never knew about it. I never knew about it. And this is not a local tour. This is a tour to ISMO, thousands of miles away in Japan. And I came to know from people in Japan that they're coming. And I opted for the tour. And you know what? I paid every penny of that tour. Every penny. I didn't take even a single dime from the city of Santa Clara. But my question was, when Mayor Gilmore said, oh, everybody should have been informed, why in 2019 none of the council members are informed that there is an offer to go to our sister city, ISMO, and let us know who all want to go over there? None. Second, let me give you another example. I don't know the date, but I think Mayor Gilmore took a tour of Related in New York in January of something. I never knew about it. None of the council over here knew about it. Why the council was not informed about it? It's very easy to point out towards others, oh, it's an operational tour, you should do this, you should do that, you should do that. And here we are taking thousands of dollars of these tours, and nothing is being told to the council. And that's what the hypocrisy I'm talking about. We should, if I say something, I'll mean it. I'll practice myself before I do that thing. So I just wanted to point that out. These were the bigger lacunas which have not been informed to the council. And correct me if any of these council members knew about the Related tour by Mayor Gilmore to New York. So my vote on that is number 4. We don't have money to spend on another consultant, which costs tens of thousands of dollars. Thank you.
Okay, finding number 6.
Yes, Mayor, just before I get to finding number 6, I know you're aware of this, but I want to clarify, given that we've made some progress, whether or when you intend to allow for public comment.
At the end.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Finding 6. This finding has 2 recommendations, and they relate to the relationships between the governing entity and Stadco and Manco. Finding 6 reads, the relationships between the City, Stadium Authority, Stadco, and Manco are creating ethical dilemmas and governance challenges. The governing body for the city now consists of the City Council voting block, which 1, has received significant campaign contributions from 49er lobbyists, 2, meets regularly with 49er lobbyists behind closed doors, and 3, has engaged in actions that suggest loyalty to the 49ers above the city.
All right, Councilmember Park. This is an agree, disagree, right?
It's a finding, correct?
Yes, agree, disagree. Councilmember Park.
So I do agree with some of this. I mean, as someone who opposed the stadium, my first comment was that it doesn't make sense to me that the sitting council had the background to actually manage the stadium. In fact, I didn't even think they had the background to make the recommendation for Measure J. I was here in council chambers, I was sitting right there, when Jamie Matthews basically took over and said, well, before we go off and do this public discussion, I've written something on the back of a napkin or whatever, and he read it, and I pointed out there were several grammatical errors there, and I'm glad that other people went in to change that and get it on Measure J, which I then opposed. But I think that I do agree, like that. I think that the Stadium Authority, like I've been telling people this, the people who get elected to city council, we don't get magic powers just because we were elected. What I tell my constituents is I'm just as stupid as I was the day before I got elected. And I think that for people to come up here and pretend that they know all about city issues and they know about stadium and they know about all these different things reminds me of that skit. Is it Michelin Webb about brain surgery? You can look it up. As a rocket scientist, I think it's a very funny skit.
Can we move on, please?
Yes, and I'm going to say that governing body, which now consists of city council voting block, can't agree with that. I cannot agree with that. Has received significant campaign contributions from 49ers lobbyists. I can't agree with that either. That is absolutely not true. And meets regularly with 49ers lobbyists behind closed doors. Well, and has engaged in actions that suggest loyalty to the 49ers above the city. Like, I think people didn't look, like people are listening to the narrative and aren't actually looking at the facts, which is this city council has never taken an offer, a settlement offer that was offered to us. I think that the city council, and if you look at, you know, what things have happened, you're not going to talk about that, but you'll see that the city council has fought to get as much as we can. And if you compare, and I'd love to see a staff report on this, I'd like to compare what the city was getting prior to COVID, prior to this city council being on the dais, and what the city council has achieved during COVID and after we got elected. Like, I would really like to see what the difference there is, and I'd like to see what the city benefit is. But from this finding, I disagree with this, and wholeheartedly disagree.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
This is 6, correct? We're on 6? And 6?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make
Finding
sure.
6.
Didn't want to go off topic there. Yeah, I'm going to say I disagree with this findings, and the reason why is because the way this is written is politically biased, and basically just is nothing but an accusation to members of this council. First off, again, I have issue with the voting block. It's just ridiculous that this is being termed this way, voting block. Second, has received significant campaign contributions from 49ers lobbyists. Where? Where's the proof that I have directly taken money from 49er lobbyists? There is no proof. That again is a false accusation and a way to mislead people. Second, meets regularly with 49ers lobbyists behind closed doors. Well, what about POA? What about the related company? They're behind closed doors. So why are we so focused on one personality in the city versus many personalities when we actually transparently listed on our calendars? And third, has engaged in actions that suggest loyalty to the 49ers above the city. That's a flat out lie. And the reason why is because I took an oath of office on December 8th, 2020 to uphold the Constitution of the United States, to uphold the Constitution of the state of California, and the charter of the city of Santa Clara. Here's the truth. I have loyalty to my residents of Santa Clara. I have no loyalty to the 49ers. And to hear this right here, this whole finding is nothing but a political lie and a political narrative to benefit others. So, I did not receive those contributions. I have received $0 from the San Francisco 49ers. Whatever happens on independent expenditures is beyond my business. The same thing with the related company. Whatever the related did in the independent expenditures is beyond the control of Mayor Gilmore or anybody else on this council. We have no control over independent expenditures. But for a grand jury to clearly say, to mislead a public, to believe that we are individually taking money from the 49ers goes against every ethics I've ever seen in a grand jury. Again, they did not do the proper methodology and the proper research into looking into this. So those are my disagreements with this one. I'm going to say yes 100% to the I disagree with this wholly, not even partially, because every statement in this has been the same narrative I've been hearing for the last 2.5 years. And frankly, we need to move on from that. And just the fact that they claim those things, that we're taking money from the 49ers, is just so wrong. And I think that this is where we need to clear the facts and clear the air.
Councilmember Hardy.
I also am going to disagree with this. The only line in there that's correct is the relationships between the city, stadium authority, Stadco, and Manco are creating ethical dilemmas and governance challenges. That is why I fought Measure J so hard, because I saw some of the problems. And it's no fun to be right on that and to go around saying, see, I told you so, doesn't help anything. The rest is wrong. Once again, the voting block, not there. I have received nothing from the 49ers. As far as the campaign or whatever, I have not met with them since July, long before I even filed my paperwork for running for council for my reelection. And engaged in actions suggest loyalty. The reason, and Councilmember Chahal showed this, I had been saying from the beginning, I think we need to look at this curfew. I think this may be causing the problems, and I got shut down. It wasn't until 2020, when there was a change in the council, that I got any traction on that. And that was to help the city, because I saw what was happening with the realities of how nothing was being booked that made any sense at the stadium. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yeah, it's interesting that the grand jury, as proof of contributions, they publish a bunch of 497 forms. These are contribution forms. I'm just going to read from one of them. Sorry. Okay. So this is a late contribution report, and what it states is name of filer, DeBartolo Corporation affiliated entities, including the 49ers Football Company, LLC. Late contributions made, full name, mailing address of recipient. And it says Santa Clara community leaders supporting Anthony Becker for mayor. Then the next one is Santa Clara leaders supporting Anthony Becker for mayor. The next one, same thing. There is not a single line in here for a contribution to Anthony Becker. So again, it is the fault of the Supreme Court, which ruled on Citizens United that these are uncoordinated expenditures. We have no control when the ads run, how they're created, why they run. There's absolutely no communication with these. In fact, when Anthony started running, he didn't show up to any 49er meetings, not a single one. So there's no coordination between this. So the fact that the grand jury uses Appendix F as proof that the governing body has received significant campaign contributions from the 49er lobbyists is absolutely false. I don't understand how they could even make that claim. So again, I am going to side with disagree.
Thank you. I'm going to agree with finding number 6. I agree with every statement in here. And the fact that received significant campaign contributions from the lobbyists that are campaign contributions that are made on behalf of the candidate, not directly to the candidate, but made on behalf of the candidate. To have millions of dollars, millions paid in support of city council candidates, and then the candidates in turn engage in actions that support the 49ers' best interests on behalf of the city based on votes is concerning. It's concerning to me and to many in our community. So I fully support this finding and 100% agree with it. Councilmember Chahal.
So I 150% disagree with this thing. And this country has laws, and this country has a Supreme Court. And Supreme Court decided about the Citizens United. None of the person sitting on this dais controls that. They gave a judgment that any independent expenditure, they have unlimited power to favor or support or oppose a candidate. And before 49ers started doing this thing, what did they spend on Measure J? And who were the cheerleaders for Measure J? They never objected to that. $5 million approximately spent at that time. Nobody objected to that. That was sweet, sweet, so nice, very good. Keep coming. And take an example. Within California this year, this elections, I think more than 600 million plus independent expenditure has been made one way or the other in California. So every vote is tainted, basically. Everyone elected, whatever position you are, you're tainted. You're not legitimate election. Nothing. Zero. And we have a presidential election. How much money is presidential election being spent? Billions. For how many people? 2 people. So what happens to that? Are they tainted? Are they in the pockets of these independent expenditure? Were our city council members who got so much funded from developers, were they in their pockets earlier? Did not related spend so much money? What happened to that? Nobody was talking about that for so many years. What does POA do? Where does that money come from? That money came from developers, right? Majority of it, 94% of it. So just to make a political argument, and I'm surprised a grand jury is making this argument. They should be technically sound that 497s are filed on behalf of an independent expenditure, and that's not a direct contribution to a candidate. And they're saying has received significant campaign contribution from 49er lobbyists. This is completely wrong, legally as well as factually wrong. So, and 2018, me and Councilmember Hardy, we ran election, right? How much money did 49er or any PAC spend for us? Zero. And our opponents were supported by PAC monies. Nobody talked about that time. That was very clean. Till the time you get impacted, then only it hits you. So this thing is, I 100% disagree with this thing, and it doesn't make sense the way it has been presented over here. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I definitely agree with this finding. It seems like since 2016, the campaign contributions, dark money contributions started, and which helped create, the dark money ordinance that the city put together because of the influence of outside monies that weren't being disclosed. And it helped, but it just seems that since 2016, it's gotten worse. And in 2020, it got even worse. I've had many residents tell me that they've never seen the politics in Santa Clara just so bad, especially since the 49ers came to Santa Clara. And I've never denied that I supported them coming to Santa Clara. And what I didn't support was the corruption and the other issues that have come about as a result of them coming into the city of Santa Clara. That I did not support, and I still don't support it. And which is why they put up money to try and take me out in 2020. So, and I wouldn't say that they put on all this money in this past election to benefit one candidate over another on the same council. I mean, there's obviously, the money wasn't being spent to help the mayor, Mayor Gilmore, that's for sure. So there's obviously a reason for all of these things. What is the expected return on investment as a result of these monies, being contributed to campaigns to help candidates, not directly, but to campaigns that are benefiting these candidates. There are, I just want to add, there are PRA requests out there. Again, this is public information where Deanna Santana took notes from her meetings with the council members one-on-one. And there's one very interesting one where there is a notation about Councilmember Hardy meeting with former city manager Deanna Santana and Councilmember Hardy asking if there's something that the city that we could give to the 49ers because they may not back her campaign unless they can get something. And it is written, it's documented. So obviously there were discussions going on, in some of these maybe closed door meetings where backdoor deals were being done. So all the more reason that we need to have a consultant as part of the recommendation, why we need these things in place, because this is not what has happened as a result of these significant contributions, these meetings behind closed doors. engaging in actions that suggest loyalty to the 49ers above the city has not created good government in our city. And we definitely need to take some action to change that. So I definitely support and agree with this finding. Thank you.
Thank you. Recommendation 6A.
Recommendation 6A says the city should hire a qualified legal and ethical consultant to evaluate the challenges presented by the unique relationship between the city and 49ers and prepare a public report on the findings and recommendations. This recommendation should be implemented by February 1, 2023.
So this is a 1 to 4 answer. Councilmember Becker.
Well, again, when I hear these words right here, hire legal and ethical consult to evaluate, that just says another thing to me, spending taxpayer money for political purposes and political vendettas. Why do we need to hire a qualified legal and ethical expert to evaluate the challenges presented for the unique relationship between the city and the 49ers and prepare a public report? Well, the truth is, maybe if the grand jury looked a little closer, that the city has had a toxic relationship with the 49ers probably since the stadium opened in 2014. Before I was ever on this city council, before I ever ran for a city council seat in 2016. So why do we need to go spend more money when we actually are trying to create a better relationship with the 49ers by having discussions with them when for years, not even staff, not even council members, were not even meeting with the 49ers. And that's why I appreciate what Steve and Rajiv have been doing by meeting with the 49ers and figuring out how we can solve our problems rather than creating problems. But when I see this exactly right here about hiring another legal expert is just another form of spending our taxpayer money to fight those political vendettas that we don't want to fight anymore. Frankly, I'm really concerned that they are basically saying that they hired the qualified legal and ethical consultant to evaluate. Haven't we already done that several times in this city? It just seems like now that it's shifted, the power on this council has shifted, that now we have to go hire more legal experts to identify these things. I am going to, this is the disagreeing ones, right? Okay.
No, it's 1 through 4.
1 through 4? Okay, so I'm going to say 4.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
I'm going to have to agree 4. This is ridiculous. They put out a report. It has so many inaccuracies. What, we want to pay for another inaccurate report so that people can go after other people politically? Doesn't make sense. 4.
Vice Mayor Jane.
I actually agree with this. And the reason is that there are challenges in this relationship because, for example, if the 49ers are talking to a talent to book them at the stadium, and that's confidential to the talent, some artist that's going to come to the stadium about compensation and everything, can the 49ers trust the city to keep that stuff confidential? This has been a bone of contention the whole time about sharing information because we know the city leaks incredibly. So I agree that we should look into this, but it's like, how far is this person going to go? What documents do they have access to? It's complicated, as everything is. So my recommendation is number 3.
All right. I would say number 2, that this should be implemented because the relationship between the city and the 49ers obviously is strained. The city has not received the benefits that we expected to get from the stadium. And instead of the 49ers doing the right thing, they are putting millions of dollars to buy council seats. And so I think that we're at the point right now that this council, we cannot police ourselves, as evidenced by this grand jury report. I think If I'm keeping tabs, I think that the majority of this council has disagreed with every single finding and recommendation that has come out in this grand jury report. So I think that that's pretty obvious that we can't police ourselves, and that this council does not see the ethical challenges that are posed here, and the ethical issues and how we present ourselves to the public. So I think we need help. I know we need help, both legal and ethical help, because I think we have a real problem on the city council. So I would say number 2 for sure. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. So council should hire a qualified legal and ethical consultant. So we already have a legal department. We have multiple attorneys on our board, Stadium Authority Board, or city basically. So we already have that. And whenever we have meetings, it has been, whether it's a closed door or an open meetings, these things are being pointed out basically. My problem with this report is because there are so many assumptions being made in this report with a clear intent of what they want to convey, to what the message is basically. And that's the problem. And that's how this report is losing its credibility, even if there might be some few good points. But the assumptions, underlying assumptions on this one are terrible. And just to blame somebody, or these are unethical people, these are because they did this thing, because they got 22, 23, the revenue from the non-NFL events will be multi-million-dollar, they're still unethical. We didn't make any money since last 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, but we're still unethical. So these are the premises which is discounting this report basically. So I'll give number 4 on this.
All right. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go with number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment about what the mayor just said earlier. She said that if she's keeping tabs, council has disagreed with everything. That's not actually true. I think that if you do keep tabs, like we do have some agreement. I think that what you'll find is that the majority of the council has actually not agreed with each other. We're trying to find ways. Is it 2 versus 3? Is it 3 versus 4? If it's 4, I can do this. I can do 2. But you need to look at the data. And if I look at it, like I'm keeping track of everything here, I think that the only thing that's been consistent is Councilmember Watanabe and Gilmore saying, I agree to every single thing here. And they're even saying it's always number 2. Like there's no disagreement there. But anyone who's actually paying attention to what's happening and not listening to the narrative that's being stated in the council chambers, there is lots of disagreement. And there's lots of agreement among the other council members because we're actually thinking about this, saying, well, how would this work? How could we do this? I agree with a lot of these things. I've got questions on how it could be implemented. And I think that's like, I'd love to see this. Like, I'm very glad that we had this discussion because it's very clear to me when I look at unsportsmanlike conduct, they're actually referring, the title of the report actually refers to the accusers and the investigation process. So I'm like, oh my goodness, I was kind of nervous because I was kind of worried about me for a while. But to be honest, I'll also state that I have no problem with further investigation. I don't like opinions stated as findings, but I have no problem with continued investigations. Because, like, I'll even help you with investigations. I know that we have PRA requests. I'm really sad that some of my council members spend so much time on those PRA requests because most of my PRA request answers are very simple. It takes me no more than a fraction of a minute, a couple seconds at most. It's nothing to report because I don't talk to the people. I don't even know who some of those people are. But in my head, I write down their names because I think, oh, this is probably somebody I want to talk to in the future. I'm so glad I was given these names. I'm so glad that I'm given these contacts that I could use. So if I have to say what we want to do here, like the city is very bad at hiring ethics advisors. like we had for many years, and I remember 2014, last time that we saw him was Tom Shanks. Now, Tom Shanks has reappeared, but I don't think that people have actually looked into the history of Tom Shanks. I remember asking as a resident and then as my first run for city council, why do we need an ethics advisor for a city ethics policy that basically says, follow the money. If you don't think someone's being ethical, don't vote for them. And I thought, I find it insulting that the city thinks it needs to pay somebody to tell this to residents. I was further, dismayed when no ethics violations were actually brought up. We had the last word where basically they just canceled the last word. They basically said, no, there were no ethics violations. There were a ton of ethics violations. There were police reports that were filed. I brought this up to Tom Shanks. He did nothing with them. In fact, I used my rebuttal cards to talk. I said, this is my statement. What are you talking about that there are no ethics complaints? What are you talking about that there's nothing to have? Why are you basically crippling? Why are you getting rid of the purpose of the last word forum? Because and I've got the reports, and I had them, and I gave it to him. I gave him the same reports that I had given him earlier. I had records of the telephone conversations where I called him and explained what the ethics violations were. And for people like that to tell me there were no ethics violations and everything's over. And then we hired somebody else because Tom Shanks was gone after that. It's kind of funny. Not really. But we just have a very terrible problem here. And again, I agree with Mayor Gilmore. The city council has had a terrible time policing ourselves. I mean, I think that a lot of these grand jury investigations come directly from the council. And we see that the council, I said this before, but you've got politicians who are trying to do policy. And I tried to say this earlier at another council meeting, but you've got people like, I'm going to say Vice Mayor Jane. He's very transparent. We know what he wants to do. He wants to do better for this city. He wants to address climate change. He wants to address things like that.
Can we stick to the grand jury report, please? Can you focus on what we're doing here, please?
Understood. But I'm saying that you said I could talk when I got the microphone, and I'm using that.
But I'd like to stay on the topic of the grand jury report.
Understood. So I'll just address that. I agree. The city council is very bad at policing itself. And I think that it starts with the chair, that at some point don't like interruptions, don't like when people are being interrupted, don't like to call on people when their hands are up, don't address points of order, don't address when people call the question.
On the grand jury report, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I'm addressing the.
I take attacks all day long, but people are here to listen about the report and your opinion on this one recommendation.
Oh, I'm referring to your opinion. And that was on what you said, so I will stop that. But I'm going to say, I'd like to go with 3, but I'm actually torn. So I'm going to say 3. I would like to address this. I would like to look into this, but not so sure that it's a simple discussion of, yes, we should do this, and we need to discuss how we're going to implement this.
Thank you. Recommendation 6B, City Attorney.
6B reads, the consultant should be tasked with looking at the unique challenges presented by the likely chance that the 49ers lobbyists will continue to influence elected officials and city governance. The consultant should specifically be tasked with evaluating the benefits of mechanisms like an oversight body or commission, auditors, and changes to the ordinance code and other governing documents that better ensure accountability and transparency in the relationship with the 49ers.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
This makes an assumption that we accepted that we should hire a consultant and tells this consultant exactly what they're supposed to look for and broadens the scope to be a very expensive process with what real goal in mind is not real clear. The problem when we talk about ethics is you either have them or you don't. There's things being illegal or legal, and that is the floor. But this ethics, you are trying to decide what someone's thoughts are, what their motivation is, and that is really, truly impossible. So it comes down to, are you following the rules, or are you not? But I was here with Dr. Shanks, and the most he said was, be your best self, and gave us out little glass hearts. I don't want to pay for that again. I thought it was ridiculous. And I too was upset when he said there were no violations when there were plenty of violations and plenty of complaints. So I think this is based on a premise that is not correct again. So I'm going to say 4.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, it's, they talk about auditors. It's clear that the grand jury didn't seem to be aware that there was plenty of audits happening. But I will go with number 3 because that is basically the same as what I did for 6A.
Thank you. I'm going to go with number 3 as well, because I think that there's ways of looking at it, and there's obviously different types of audits. Some are the general audits where they're just given numbers, and others are performance audits, and other more forensic audits that are the ones that are most useful to us. But I don't know what it is that we do, but obviously we have to do something because of the influence and the perceived influence of the 49ers over this elected body. So I would say number 3. Vice Mayor Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll say number 4 because, again, the finding number 6, by itself, the assumptions, I disagreed with all those assumptions. And when you assume all those, and those are the findings for recommendation for those findings, basically. And I don't agree with those findings, and as such, I don't agree with this recommendation also. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, let's see. I would say I agree with number 3 that this requires further analysis and the time frame that is going to be necessary to put a plan in place, and also the consultant to be able to look at what's being brought forward and try and put together a plan. So I would say that this definitely requires further analysis. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I just want to note that I had written down Councilmember Watanabe's name and her answer, and she just verified what I thought she was going to do. Anyway, I also agree with Councilmember Chahal that I don't agree with the findings, and I find it very difficult to go with the recommendations. However, if I ignore the findings and I look at the recommendations, I think that the recommendations actually don't go far enough. Like if we look at the unique challenges, they're not actually unique. Presented by the likely chance that the 49ers lobbyists, what about related lobbyists? What about other lobbyists? What about POA? What about other, I think that the premise of this request is incorrect. And therefore, I would have to go with 4. I would like to, if somebody could convince me to go with 3, if we could expand this a little bit, but the way this is written, I'm going to have to go with 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go with 3, but the red flag to me is, again, the likely chance that 49ers lobbyists will continue to influence elected officials and city governance. This is a narrative that our mayor has said repeatedly over and over again, especially during a campaign. constantly, I've heard this over and over again. I mean, if I had $1 for every time I heard this, I'd probably be a very rich man right now. Probably wouldn't be here. But the thing is, I would accept it if it didn't have that sentence in there, because we do have a very unique, challenging relationship with the 49ers. In fact, now I know why a majority of this city council in 2010 was telling me to vote no on it, and I voted yes on it. So now I can see why they told me to vote no. But guess what? The stadium is here. We can't go move it. We can't, tear it down or demo it or anything. It's here. We have a very unique challenge and a very unique relationship. And how do we solve that? Is by actually having discussions with the 49ers, sitting down and meeting with them. And in fact, I encourage Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe to have sit-downs with the 49ers, to have a discussion with the 49ers. Let's bury the hatchet and find a way that we can make this work. I would have said 3, but I'm going to side with 4 just because that one sentence in there is the exact quoted sentence by the mayor several times. So I'm going to say 4, and seeing on here an oversight body, commission, auditors, and changes, this is just adding more work to our city staff. 100% adding more work to our city staff. And if we're already thin and we're already hearing the concerns and complaints about that, I don't want to push them any further. So I'm going to say 4.
Finding 7, please.
Finding 7 reads, although the city consulted with Markula Center for Applied Ethics and boasts of having model ethics rules, those rules were developed before the complexities created by the passage of Measure J. The city's current policies, like the admonition and censure policy, do not work where the challenges are presented by a minority of the city council membership. Again, this is agree or disagree.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Ethics are a very complicated situation. It's like art. It's very difficult to define. We have a former president who lied tens of thousands of times, and it seems to be running again. I agree that there is always the tyranny of the majority in any situation, but we do have a 030 policy. We do have a in-public method for people to lay accusations on people. But again, what does admonition or censure mean? Because we don't remove people from committees. There's basically no consequences of even being admonished or censured. It has no teeth. So it's very difficult. I mean, I give Santa Clara University credit for trying to define ethics and pin it down, but it, again, is extremely difficult to define and to monitor. So I am going to, I'm going to say agree.
Thank you. I also agree with this because I don't think anyone envisioned the situation that we have now with a special interest getting so involved with a supermajority of our city council, with dozens and dozens and dozens of meetings, lots of interaction, lots of money going into independent expenditures for their campaigns. I just don't think anyone envisioned anything like this. So it's really going to take a relook for us to, first of all, admit that we have an issue and deal with it for the public's sake and the public's trust. So I agree with this finding because the policy we have, it doesn't work because of the current situation. So I agree with finding 7. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. So, again, this is not a 2 + 2 = 4 formula, right? So, ethics, as mentioned by Vice Mayor Chan, it's a tough topic. Like, deciding who decides, what is the council majority, what was it yesterday, what will it happen tomorrow. These things change. And ethics don't change, basically. So just the premise that the current scenario is not working, so ethics are not working, that I have a big objection with that. Like, ethics should be working in any circumstances. Why the same thing was not working 5 years? Why the same thing was not applicable 6 years back? So, and that's one of my biggest issue with the report is they're trying to plug into the so-called their self-defined 5 council member majority. And that's the objection I have. And as Councilmember Park has mentioned, there have been so many disagreements between this council and these council members over here. And there are 2 council members sitting over here, myself and Councilmember Hardy. We did vote to terminate the management agreement. But the grand jury will not talk about it. They will not talk about 7-0 votes. And majority of the votes on this council, even on 49ers issue, let me tell you, will be 7-0 probably, because there are so many consent calendar items and there's so many items which we have voted for it. But if you just cherry pick a problem and try to label somebody, oh, these are the minority, these are the majority, these are minority, these are majority, I have strong objection with that. And that's the only reason I will disagree with this thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to make a comment about the management agreement and the comment that Councilmember Chahal just made, that both he and Councilmember Hardy voted about to terminate the management agreement, trying to make a point. But I also want to remind him that both he and Councilmember Hardy in 2018, when they were running for office, they ran on a platform that they would never change the curfew. And as a matter of fact, Councilmember Hardy said over her dead body, she would never allow the curfew to change. But I guess things change when, I don't know, something changed. So I would just like to point that out. So just because you voted against to take away the management agreement doesn't mean that your intentions were what you stood for in 2018. Regarding the Markula Center, and I agree. I mean, the city of Santa Clara won awards, for the model ethics rules and program that was put together working with the Markula Center, and it was something that the city was really proud of, and I believe still is proud of. However, just in the last 2 years, I've seen how certain policies that have been put in place to benefit our governance are not working. And so I agree with this finding, and agree that there are challenges that we present, that the mayor and I have presented at times, and we have looked to try and change and things, and it hasn't worked because of this super council majority. And so like I said, I agree with the finding, and we definitely need to find a way to make things better. And so anyway, I accept and agree with this finding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to say is I agree with Councilmember Watanabe, which is things do change. I mean, 30 minutes ago, we had an operational tour policy, and then all of a sudden we didn't. And I hear what Mayor Gilmore said when she said no one envisioned what would happen. And I think that's actually not true. Like when Councilmember Watanabe says, well, you know, just in the last 2 years, I see how certain policies put in place are not working. Like, I've been dealing with the city for almost 15 years now. And I'll tell you, 14 and a half years ago, I saw how policies weren't working in this city. I think that what Mayor Gilmore was really trying to say was no one envisioned people outside the groups already controlling the city having
Please
influence on the city.
Don't put words in my mouth. Don't say what I'm thinking.
Okay, no, okay.
Please, just speak for yourself. Thank
Sorry.
you.
What she should have said is, and the only reason that we as a city started caring about dark money is that now it was coming from sources that the people in power couldn't control. And I think that's the real story, which is there's always been money in elections, but just now it's coming from people that people control. But they always knew where it came from because that's what funded Measure J. I mean, I think that we need to look at the city without our rose-colored glasses, without the narratives that people would like to tell you, that the people who used to have power would like to tell you, and see how the city has changed and how transparency is breaking the old rules and the old guard. So when I look at the findings, you know, it says doesn't work with a council minority, and I think that's true. But I've seen that admonition and censure don't even work when you apply admonishment, and censure. Like, we literally have people who are admonished and censure, basically saying, "I still don't know why this happened to me." And I'm like, well, read what the admonishment and censure text was. Right? And it's very clear that admonishment and censure don't change behaviors. They don't change thinking. It says, like, I agree with that challenges are presented by a minority of the city council membership. I think that's true. Like, I think Vice Mayor Jane talked about the tyranny of the majority. But when we look at why they want to, what this finding is, like, it's because we had these ethics rules, and those were before the passage of Measure J. I'm going to say there were lots of issues that fall short of the ethics, the ethics rules, even without taking the stadium into consideration. And I'm going to say for that, I just don't see finding 7 as holding water. So I'm going to say I disagree with that. Like, I agree with some of the statements in principle, but like, you can throw oatmeal into cement, and I'd like to eat the oatmeal, but if you can't separate the oatmeal from the cement, I have to say no to the entire lot.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you. So yeah, when I read this, the first thing I saw when I first read this grand jury report, and this was coming after probably about a week or two after there was a special op-ed in the Mercury by Dr. Tom Shanks from the former Mercula Center for Applied Ethics. When I heard this, I said, okay, that's phase 1. Then phase 2 came when Mayor Gilmore continued to repeat that same narrative that Tom Shanks said. Then the red flag to me was when the grand jury report came out, it automatically mentions the Mercula Center for Applied Ethics. That immediately told me 3 things: that this is all connected, either connected, coordinated, or collaborated. When I see this, and I continue to read this, the city current policies like the admonishment and censure policy do not work where the challenges are presented by a minority of the city council membership. Well, it's funny. I don't think we even had a censure or admonishment policy until 2017 when Dominic Caserta did what he did. And I remember sitting in this council chambers in the very back over there, hearing this council majority at the time going to create a censure policy. Fact is that former council member Caserta resigned before any action was ever taken. So it was telling me that there was going to be a policy that was going to be implemented, that they were going to be taking action, and that it does have a clear policy that says that you can use that. And it says it does not work. But it seems, what's funny is, it seems like it did work when there was a former prior majority on the city council. Examples, former council members Pat Mahan and Pat Kolstad. It worked then. Another example was Councilmember Hardy and Councilmember Chahal. Seemed like they were in the minority, but there's a majority in charge. So yeah, I do agree about the tyranny of the majority. Because it worked then, but now it's saying it's not working now because certain individuals are in the minority on this council and they don't feel like they're getting their way. So when I see this quote here, I 100% disagree with it. Because again, I've been told about coincidences, and I think this is way too much of a coincidence that the Markula Center continually showed up 3 times throughout this last 3 months, especially before the grand jury report ever came out. So I see that we do have a current policy for admonishment and censure. Yet this just seems like it says, and what gives it away to me is does not work where the challenges are presented by a minority of the city council membership. That's where I see the red flag. So I'm going to say 4.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I think the only thing in findings I could agree with, because I do disagree with it, is the city consulted with the Markula Center for Applied Ethics and boasts of having a model ethics rules. That is the only factual part I can see there. I remember very clearly some of the council members that push very hard for that. I will mention 2 names. One has been mentioned already, is Dominic Caserta, and one is Aldith Parle. One had ethics, the other one didn't. You can have rules all you want. It is whether a person chooses to behave in a certain manner.
So
You know when no one's looking. How you behave is who you are.
And you? All right, thank you. All right, a recommendation? 7A?
Can we pull up 7A on the screen? If we could just pull up perfect. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Almost there, so.
Recommendation 7A reads, the city should add to the city code of ethics and values and the admonition and censure policy a procedure to enable the public to file a complaint and testify at a public hearing to help remediate ethics violations. This should include a procedure for public admonishment, revocation of special privileges, or censure. This recommendation should be implemented by February 1, 2023.
Okay, so I'm going to start that. I would say number 3. I think this would take some additional analysis to see how something like this would work, but I like the fact that it involves the public. So I would say number 3 for 7A. Councilmember Chahal.
So we already have a policy, like 030 can be filed by the public. So I'm not sure what additional thing is being talked about over here, in addition to the 030, which has been filed multiple times in the past, and what this recommendation will achieve other than that, basically. So I'll say number 4.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I was thinking along the same lines that I know in the past that there have been members of the public that have brought or filed complaints against members of the council. And I'm not sure if it's the 030 policy or if it's another policy, but I thought that we already had something in place. So I mean, I agree with the recommendation, but moving forward, I would go with probably I would go with number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yes, I agree with both Councilmember Chahal and Councilmember Watanabe. There do seem to be policies in place. I think one of the problems is that in order to move those forward, it does take a council majority. But we also have a governance and ethics committee, and I think that not having meetings of that committee has really, not just affected the council and governance, but it's also affected the public's ability to interact on governance and ethics issues. That said, I mean, I would like to take a look at changes and codifying how public can interact and how public can have can bring up complaints. Right, but it specifies that this should include, and it looks like it's saying that it must have this, and I think that's my problem with this, which is I don't think that it should be a must-have. I think that it would take discussion. Without the should include, and I don't know if should is must or could, because I think wording is very, very specific, and I don't know what connotations are in effect here. Like, I could be convinced again to go with 3, but the way it's worded, I'm going to have to say 4.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 4, and the reason why is because I think Mayor Gilmore and the majority back in 2017, when the Dominic sort of situation happened, I think you guys did a stellar job by putting this together, because I remember I actually said, before, I was sitting in the very back over there, and I heard everyone talk about how they're going to put this policy together. I heard from the public chime in on how they wanted to have it, on how the public can actually put forward their own censure. I heard it all back then, and I think that was a pretty solid policy that we put together back in 2017. Sorry, no, 2018, my apologies, I'm 1 year off. And I think it worked out. And I don't think we should move any forward with it because, you guys did a pretty good job in 2018, 4 years ago. So I don't think there's a problem. So I'm going to go say a 4.
Councilmember Hardy?
I would say 4 also because we have a 030 policy and maybe they weren't aware of it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes, the public has many forms of recourse. We have the 030 policy. They can file an FPPC complaint. They can file a grand jury complaint, which seems to have is why we're here today. But there's also, publishing stuff on a blogger's site. There's publishing letters to the editor. There's even a recall. Imagine that. So I don't know if we need more, but, again, as I've said, that there is this problem of a tyranny of the majority, but we do have these outside recourses, which is the FPPC and the grand jury. So it's not exactly clear. And the other thing, people can go to the Governance and Ethics Committee, and that's a public meeting, and they can file something there. So there's always a public presentation aspect of every public meeting. So we can add one more layer if we want. So I guess in the interest of more transparency, I will say number 3.
All right, City Attorney, 7B.
Recommendation 7B reads, "The city should establish an independent public ethics commission with guidance from the Markula Center for Applied Ethics to help ensure that all public officials conduct government decision-making processes in an ethical, transparent, and unbiased manner without favor. This recommendation should be implemented by February 1, 2023.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. So we do have a governance and ethics committee, and we are trying to form another commission, basically. Why our governance and ethics committee has not met for so long? Why didn't we try that? If there were some issues, we should have tried that. And if that committee needs to take some consultation from Markula Center or from anywhere else for as a consultation, they're free to do that. So we are not even trying whatever things available to us, and we are trying to say, oh, these are not working because we never tried that. And we are trying to bring in something more. So for those matters, I'll say number 4.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. This seems like it's in line with the recommendation that you had after the grand jury report first came out. And I thought it was a good idea then. I still think it's a good idea. My problem with going to the Governance and Ethics Commission is that it is overseen by members of the council. This is a way for the public to have some oversight and to be able to help conduct government and make sure that public officials conduct government decision-making processes in an ethical, transparent, and biased manner. So I definitely agree with this recommendation and support it. Thank you. And I will go with, well, if we're going to pick a number 2.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
So I don't like the way that this is worded. I mean, it says Public Ethics Commission, and I think that Councilmember Watanabe made, her problem with the Governance and Ethics Committee is that it's overseen by council. And at the same time, she wants to create a public commission that would be overseen by the people who make the complaints. I think we're just shifting the unfairness to different places. It just doesn't make sense for that. If it's going to be truly independent, I think that the word public, maybe that's the problem I have with that. I don't think that it should be the public that decides this. I think that it should be something else. And for that reason alone, I'm going to say 4.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. So we already have a Government and Ethics Committee. It's been said probably 15 million times up here tonight. And yes, it's not by the people. And I think that if we had it by the people, it just seems like it might be something like the Diversity Task Force, where people were selected in a process that I didn't feel was as open as it should be. This process, how would these people be selected? Would it be name in a hat or something? Or I think that was one of the proposals, I think was one of the ideas, was a name in the hat or something. At the same time, the thing that concerns me the most is with the guidance from the Markula Center for Applied Ethics. So why does it have to be the Markula Center for Applied Ethics? Can it be somebody else? Can it be, let's say, an ethics center from New York or something, or an ethics center from down in Texas? these are just examples. These are not set in stone. But it's like immediately just jumps to the Marcula Center for Applied Ethics to help ensure that public officials conduct government decision-making process in an ethical and transparent and unbiased manner. Well, I think Councilmember Hardy said it before is, you either got ethics or you don't got ethics. That's what it comes down to. So I'm going to say 4 on this one, just because the matter we're setting this up is, it seems like we're just trying to use the Marcula Center for Applied Ethics any way possible in this process. And I think that we've already had experience with that. I've heard it from Councilmember Park, Councilmember Hardy over here, what they went through. I don't agree to that. So I'm going to say 4.
Councilmember Hardy.
I'm going to have to say 4 on this one too, because for all the reasons that have been shared, independent, a commission, the Marcula Center ensure that they conduct all decisions in a process making and ethical, transparent. There's no way to even measure that. If you have ethics, you have them. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jane.
I am curious to see whether any other cities in our area have anything like this, but I believe that there's sort of a false narrative going around that the Governance and Ethics Committee did not meet because the city manager was fired. The last Governance and Ethics Committee meeting was June 7th, 2021, and the city manager was fired in February. So there was time for 2 Governance and Ethics Committee meetings in that time, but they didn't happen because of budget issues. And here we are, we're going to add another commission, and we can't even, none of our commissions are meeting because of staffing and budget issues. So in the spirit of transparency, I guess I'm going to go with my usual answer, which is 3. I need more information, but I'd like to know whether there's budget for this, how much it's going to cost, and so on. Because again, we would then be paying the Marcula Center for consulting. So not only is it just staff time on our side, but it's also paying outside consultants. So number 3.
Thank you. I would go with number 2 on this recommendation because it's actually one of the items that I proposed when this grand jury report came out, because I think it's obvious this council cannot police itself, especially when it comes to ethics, and that we need professionals to help us. I know other cities have independent ethics commissions that assist them on their issues, and I think this council, we need this more than ever. And we need guidance, and the Marcula Center they're an award-winning center right here at Santa Clara University. Their ethics are above reproach. They have divisions that deal with municipalities and other governments. So they would be a natural for us. So I think that this, of all the recommendations, this is the one that we need the most, and we need it right away. So I would say number 2. All right, 7C.
Recommendation 7C reads, the city should require council members to attend additional training in good governance provided by a third party, such as the Marcula Center for Applied Ethics, no later than February 1, 2023, and once a year thereafter. The training should include the Brown Act with emphasis on on issues such as serial meetings, closed sessions, the fiduciary duty of government officials, filing Form 700s, and other issues related to good governance.
Councilmember Park.
So I think that people need to realize that we do take ethics training. In fact, it's required, and we have to re-up that training. I feel that Vice Mayor Jane asked the question, which is what do other cities do? What do other politicians do? And I think that we know what they do when it comes to ethics training because we do it ourselves. I mean, it's a requirement for everyone. I'm hearing Mayor Gilmore state that it's obvious that the city council can't police itself, and I think, well, that's why we have all these other facilities, some of which we've we've done away with because it sounds like more than just we didn't have the resources. Some people didn't want those meetings to take place. That being the case, and again, I do, I'm starting to cloy on me this desire to shoehorn Markula Center for Applied Ethics in everything that we get. And I would like, if we're going to do anything, it would certainly be something like that. But in this case, I don't think it's necessary. I feel like if there are ethics complaints, there are lots of ways, there are lots of remediations for that. Vice Mayor Jane went through a number of them. With emphasis on issues such as serial meetings, closed sessions, and fiduciary duty of government officials, filing for 700s. And I think that, all the problems that were brought up were actually done by the public. I think that we've had FPPC complaints. We've addressed those complaints. I mean, I think the process is working. I think this grand jury process is another process, new to me, but I'm kind of getting a feel of this. I'm going to say 4. I don't think that it's necessary. And if we take the standard of what are other cities doing, what are other jurisdictions doing, we're doing it.
Councilmember Watanabe, I'm sorry I missed you. So if you'd like to go next, I'm sorry I missed you.
No, that's okay. Can you see me, by the way? The city clerk said that she couldn't see me, so.
Well, I see your background, but I don't see you.
That's weird. Okay, I don't know why, because my camera's been on the whole time. So.
I saw you earlier, but yeah.
Okay, he's still here. Okay, so regarding this recommendation, let's see. I was thinking that we do AB 1, 2, 3, 4. We are required to do it every 2 years, and even our commissioners are required to do it as well. However, based on the last 2 years, and some of the issues that we have come up against as a council and policing ourselves, I think that more guidance and direction and training would be good. So I am going to support this recommendation and go with number 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. So when I read this again, it's saying provided by a third party such as the Markula Center for Applied Ethics. I'm starting to wonder who's on deck at the Markula Center that we might have in mind if we're really trying to point this council in that direction. But I do like how it says such as the Markula. I mean, they actually went with a third party such as, where you can just change it in if you wanted. We do take training. I know that when I was on the Planning Commission with Councilmember, Vice Mayor Jane and Councilmember Chahal, that we did had to upgrade our training every 2 years. In fact, we had to get a certificate to do that. I know within the county, when I was actually on a county commission for the last 4 years. This year we had our last meeting. I had to take the same similar training. In fact, one of the sexual harassment trainings I took here, I said, can I take that certificate and transfer it over to that one? They said, no, you have to take the separate sexual harassment training, which I think actually everyone's trying to get in line where you can transferably these things. At the same time, we got the sexual harassment training, the ethics training. I had to take all of these additional trainings when I was elected to this city council. I know that I'm going to have to take it again, I think within the next few months probably, because we're already reaching that 2-year mark. When it comes to about, filing Form 700s, I have to say that we have a city clerk here that is astounding, that has provided me with the best information that I can ask when it comes to a 700 form on how to fill it out and what to put on there. So when it comes to these things, you have questions, our staff has answers. It's just you need to go there and ask these questions, especially if you don't understand it. I think that also there was a crash course on 700 forms. I received that, and this was before I think Nora was here. I received that crash course on 700 forms from then, I think it was Jennifer Yamaguma, I think that was her last name. She gave me that crash course on 700 forms, and I think we still have that crash course on 700 forms because I've heard the same thing from our commissioners that they provided excellent feedback and excellent education on how to fill out our 700 forms, including any of the other forms that commissioners have to fill out. So I think we have enough training. I think, the refreshers are good, and I think that's why we already have it. Brown Act, we've already had discussions about that. In fact, when we were on the Planning Commission, if Councilmember Chahal and Vice Mayor Jane remember, we actually had special study sessions to talk about the Brown Act. So we could do the same thing here, having special study sessions to talk about Brown Acts, to talk about 700 forms. And instead of going out and spending more taxpayer money, let's use what we already have in-house. Let's use our own resources that we have here already, because I think we have really great resources here. We have excellent employees here, and they're willing to help you. So I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say that, let's do 3. Just because we can do a little bit more. Maybe we can, find some spots that are missing gaps. But frankly, our staff has done an excellent job in helping us get to where we need to go. And I appreciate our staff for providing me that guidance, not only as a commissioner, but as a council member. And I think we should utilize our staff because we do hire some of the best and brightest here in the city of Santa Clara. So I'm going to stick with 3. We have basically a sourdough starter, and I think we could make it work a little more. So let's go 3.
Councilmember Hardy.
I look at this and it just says additional training in good governance, which is, then it goes on to list things like the Brown Act, which we already have training in, serial meetings, closed sessions. I mean, this is what our attorney's office has worked with us on. 700 forms, I would agree. Our assistant city clerk is excellent helping with those. Sometimes I see good governance used as a billy club when you don't like the way someone votes or someone's opinions on something. So that's why I would say 4 on this, because the term good governance is not quantifiable, and it's just basically comes down to, I disagree with you.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yeah, I think that I'll echo what Councilmember Becker said. We received excellent Brown Act training from our existing attorney staff, and I've done that many, many times on Planning Commission and for this. We do have third-party online trainings for some things, like AB 123. For all of the forms, the FPPC forms, we have excellent support. So I really don't see any need for this. I'm going to say 4.
Thank you. I think it should be number 2. I think this is super important because I don't think that that this council, based on this grand jury report, really understands what the Brown Act means, what serial meetings are, Form 700s, closed sessions. I think that it's important for all of us, to have continued training in all of these issues. And we should have it annually because life is getting much more complicated. Special interests are much more aggressive. And I think it's important that our public knows that we are continually educating ourselves and continually working on the perception. Good governance, I think, is a good word, good governance, ethics, and the way we present ourselves to our public. So I think this is vitally important that we do it, and we do it regularly and annually or semi-annually if needed because of the issues that are facing us in this city. So I would say number 2. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. So there's so many options available. Like since Planning Commission, we have been doing this thing, and City Attorney staff has been helping us on that, and City Clerk's office, they have been helping us out. And each council member has access to our city attorneys if they have any questions about it. And AB 123 is another resource which we all have to do mandatory, I think, every 2 years. But if you want to do every year, who cares? Like you can finish it off another course, basically. So just adding another layer on top of what the resources we have available, it doesn't make sense to me. And so I'll have number 4. At the same time, I would pose a question to Councilmember Watanabe when she mentioned that I said I will never waive off curfew. So please send me an email with your proof, and I'll look into it. I don't think I ever said that I will ever not do that. I think I mentioned was depending upon the survey and how the survey details are mentioned, we'll do. But I'm open to be proven wrong. Please send me a detail, what proof you have that I said that I will never vote for curfew. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, finding 8A.
We're not required to respond to 8.
Oh,
With
8A and B, we don't have
Correct.
to respond. Okay. All right, so City Attorney, you have that. Should be a
Well,
much simpler
if
response.
I could, Mayor and
Yes.
Council, there are 4 items that don't have 4 votes or 4 council members that have the same impression. So I would like to just, if you are willing to, we can either go over them tonight, or you can defer to our office to try to formulate what we may understand to be what could be the impression of 4 of you.
Could we, because it's getting late, and I have to go to the public still, could we bring them back with the other items 3s again? When you bring the item 3s back? Can you just tell us what items those are so we can,
Right now?
yeah, just
Sure.
just list them for us.
It's
so we
1A, 1B, I'm sorry, recommendation 1A, recommendation 1B, recommendation 4A, and recommendation 6A. And the conflict is between response 4 or 3. It's either studying it or not doing it.
Oh, I see, because I would say Councilmember Watanabe wasn't here for probably 1A and B, but was probably here for 4 and 6, I don't know. But if you could just bring those back with the 3, so at least we can start looking at them. Thank you.
Sure thing, and before we leave, we should talk about scheduling.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will do that. So I'm going to go ahead now, and I'm sorry, the public, it's taken so long to get through this, but I appreciate everyone's patience. Well, I'll start with the council chambers. If anyone would like to come forward, please come forward. And thank you for your patience. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is John Haggerty. I wanted to say I really appreciated all of the thoughtfulness the thorough thoughtfulness that you applied to this and the endurance through the evening. I'm not really sure that this grand jury report warranted all of the excellent analysis that you gave to it. I don't think they spent enough time on it. I think they had an agenda to get it dropped on the voters right before the election to have maximum effect. But it was incomplete, as I believe Councilmember Park mentioned. It didn't address unions' interference in our politics. It didn't address developers. So it's super incomplete. And you gave it such a complete analysis, and yet it was incomplete. The other thing that I was thinking about is that not only does the members of this council have a right to conduct inspections of our premises in a full operation, like at a concert or a game, I think they have a duty to do it. I think that if you don't do it, that you have breached your duty to the city. So when you went there, you didn't just have a right, you had a duty. And one of the council members, might have been you, Madam Mayor, said you went to the concert, but you left when the music started. I think you should have actually stayed for when the music was there. Not because you may not have liked the music or whatever, but I don't know I don't want to speculate, but to see the actual game, to be actually a member of the audience, is like, would have been an important marketing thing to do. So to stay to the end of the game, to actually watch the game, to me is part of the fulfillment of that duty. And I think you all did a good job tonight, and I applaud you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the couple things I just want to highlight, I said this report is on this council's actions, not on other council's actions, and it's focused on the 49er activity with this council, and so to talk about other things is kind of a red herring. It's really a distraction from the core facts at hand. And this council's actions should stand on its own, whether prior councils violated laws or ethics. I guarantee you they did. I saw it. I was with Kevin and Suds and Karen and even Raj part of the time when the old council was doing its thing. That was the old guard. That was prior. That was in the the late 2010, 12, et cetera. But if you look at what the 49ers did this time, they invested $4 million, and I think they got a pretty good return in terms of what they were looking for, which is you guys carrying their water. You are defending them wholeheartedly in many of their actions, whether you realize that or not. As a member of the public looking at what you're doing, that is what you are doing. You are actually you are doing their bidding, which is really unfortunate. And saying we didn't break the law, as Councilmember Hardy said, the law is the floor. If all you can do is stand up and say, hey, guess what, guys? I didn't break the law. The FPP said I didn't. That is a pretty sad statement. You need to be holding yourselves to a high level of ethics and moral conduct, and good governance is part of that. So when council members are elected, you're elected officials, you're there to be held to a higher standard. And if you don't like that, you shouldn't be sitting in those seats. It's not just about following the law. You're expected to follow the law. Saying you do is not, it's a throwaway comment. And to hear Councilmember Jane say it's extremely difficult to define ethics, not really. There's documents, and the reason Markula comes up all the time is because they're a premier place. And Dr. Tom Shanks doesn't work there anymore. So don't worry, it's not a Tom Shanks thing. And saying excellent Brown Act training, I do think they've had good training because they knew how to work around it.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in chamber, so Deborah, go ahead, Deborah.
Hi. This whole thing today was really a sour grapes for the current mayor when she lost her majority. I think you should be ashamed of yourself, Lisa. I don't know who you paid off to get the grand jury or what silver bullets you called in or who you know where, but I will find that out. I will find that out for sure. I've got proof of the shenanigans you've played, and I've still got that proof. Anyways, just because your majority changed doesn't mean this majority's wrong or crooked or whatever you're trying to imply. And now you're part of a voting bloc. You and your little handmaiden Kathy there voted the same on everything. How are you going to explain that? And let's talk about Related and the money they put in your campaign. Put the shoe on the other foot, Lisa, because you're guilty. You're crookeder than a barrel of fish hooks. And you should be ashamed of yourself. This grand jury report is a regurgitation of what you're trying to get through. These people haven't done anything wrong. They're trying to clean up a mess that you brought to Santa Clara when you were the head cheerleader, when it was okay for them to put the money behind what you wanted. What a hypocrite. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Hassam, go ahead, Hassam.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. I just wanted to, I'm not speaking as a resident, I'm actually speaking as a city clerk.
Okay.
I wanted to correct the record on something that was mentioned during the discussion for 1C around lobbying. I recall Vice Mayor Jane mentioning that, or attributing some things that I told him. And this is, I don't suspect that there was any ill intent from what he was saying. Maybe it's just an incorrect recollection. But I did want to, for the benefit of the public, assure them that, the lobbyist ordinance is enforced. He had mentioned that we are not able to get lobbyists to register. We have over 64, not over 64. We have 64 registered lobbyists as of the last semi-annual reporting period. There was a specific incident that he and I had spent some time debating and discussing with a couple members of the community, Tony Alexander and Dominic Caserta, who were lobbying on behalf of the tobacco industry. And the situation that I think he is referring to is that there are 3 different types of lobbyists: contract lobbyists, organization lobbyists, and expenditure lobbyists. And there are requirements for any of the 3 types. And my comment to him was that if the council, that the council should look at potentially updating the lobbyist ordinance to amend it to close some of the potential loopholes that individuals might find in the current implementation of the ordinance. But I just wanted to correct the record on the comments around lobbyists, because I think the public should feel that the lobbyist ordinance is a benefit to the city, that it has provided greater transparency. There are some improvements that could be done, but I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Benjamin, go ahead, Benjamin.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just listening to this discussion, I know that when the grand jury report came out, there was a little bit of consternation about whether or not it was fair. And one of the recommendations here was, we should have an in-city process to deal with this. And it sounds like, I'm hearing a mix of like, well, we already have a process for this and the process is not working, without any kind of concept of how you would get to a point where you need a process that's working. Similarly, there was the item on basically having external trainings. And I know that there was a very tense period between some of the council members and the city's attorney's office. We don't need to go into exactly all that mess that it was, but if in-house training doesn't work sometimes, there's a reasonable question of should it be external? And the question here, or the basically what I'm hearing here out of these meetings is pushback of this shouldn't be something that's imposed on us, which is like, that's fine, but this is an opportunity, right? If the grand jury should be an extraordinary process, right? This should be something that only happens when the internal processes are failing. There was obviously, I think you've heard this from the public, there's obviously some things that looked really shady and are really concerning, and there wasn't an in-house process for like making sure, communicating to the public and making sure that the view that everything that's going on is fine is, that's a statement that's being made. It's really concerning, but it's still like that process wasn't there. And sure, the ethics committee wasn't meeting, and it's being run by city council members, and there might be disagreements on what the Brown Act requires. All this stuff, I get it, but at the same time, like, I'm not seeing the actionable, like, what is the view of, in a year, us having a process so that this can be done with, standard city processes instead of having a grand jury. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers, so, all right, city attorney.
So, Mayor and Council, there is only one scheduled meeting where public business will be conducted between now and January 9th. That's the December 6th meeting. The December 13th meeting is reserved for this swearing in, and I understand that there's not business done at that meeting. We could put together a draft response for your review and approval for the December 6th meeting. What I will caution you is that because it will be substantive and will attempt to capture all of your sentiments tonight, there may be a lot of debate around language and phrasing and whatnot that could be a very long meeting. And because we're trying to squeeze in, as I'll defer to the city manager on this, my presumption is we're going to be squeezing in a lot of what we can on the 6th before the end of the year, absent another meeting. So I put that out for you to consider. We certainly can get you a draft report by the 6th, but if that's the case, I would expect either a very long consideration of that report, and or you wanting to have it brought back again with your comments for final adoption. So it's up to you.
You brought up the option of maybe our last meeting with business is the 6th. Maybe we continue if needed on the 7th.
Yes, Mayor. We had floated the date of December 8th, Thursday, and I think your office is trying to coordinate with you
So we could do a tentative on the 8th
on the 8th, if all of you are available.
as a backup.
As a backup.
In the event so I would say 7th or 8th.
Okay.
Event that we needed.
I would say that assumes all of you are available. I know that each of you want to comment and provide your thoughts on this report, and certainly be there to vote for it. So that's my only caveat.
Okay, I think that makes sense because there's the item number 3s that we didn't discuss, but I think a lot of the items were just, we had number 4s, reject and number 4, so it may not be as long as you think.
The problem with the number 4s and the disagrees is I have to now incorporate the reasons.
The reasons, yeah. No, I'm not saying that you don't have a lot of work.
yeah.
I'm just saying it's pretty much number 4s,
Yeah.
you know, predominantly. So,
Mayor,
so
actually-
let's go and just have a backup meeting date.
Sure.
Like the 7th or 8th,
Okay.
whatever the council, can agree on.
Yes, we'll try to
And
find
then we
date.
have a backup in the event our 6th meeting gets too long. Does that work? Do you have enough time then?
So if there is a meeting on a 7th or 8th, well, I have no doubt we can get the revisions done even in a short time frame. But because the comment is due on January 9th, there's really a really small window. So if there is not full attendance at the 7th or 8th, I just want to caution the council that we'll have to look for other dates beyond that.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And with that said, is that it? Oh, city
Mayor,
manager.
I'm sorry.
We can't talk about it now.
The second.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you. So I just need a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Go ahead.
I understand that we're going to have a draft report. You're going to try to get it out as soon as possible so that we can have a little bit of time discussion so that we can get the response back in time, which is, I believe, 9th of January. My question is, what if there's additional information that people want to give? Is that allowed or is that not allowed? If there are questions or discussions that you have that are needed prior to the draft being complete, like, is there a process for that? Is there an allowance for that? I just want to know if.
I think the best, we're going to, as I mentioned earlier, Councilmember Park, we're going to try the best we can to take all of your responses and the references you've made to various meetings and votes and resolutions and whatnot, try the best we can to find those things and incorporate them to the extent that they reflect the majority sentiment. If there is more that you want to add, what I would imagine is that we would have to consider it at that meeting, and there would have to be some sort of motion to include it into the report.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Is there a second? Motion and a second to adjourn?
Just a quick question to the attorney. Is a motion not required for the recommendation on this report?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, for this meeting, yes.
Okay. Maker of the motion for adjournment was? Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Almost want to say no, but yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.